Hello, Vuyo Kazi. Vuyo,
Hello.
how are you?
Hello. I'm fine, thanks,
How
and
are
you?
you?
I'm
I'm
fine,
good.
thanks, and you?
I'm good. It's Karabo from Megawatan.
Oh, okay. We're
Eskom.
still waiting on them. They contributed on the other side.
Good afternoon, AG's office and honorable members and our officials.
Afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair.
Yes, I don't want to miss time, especially when there is a AG's office. I know that time is very, very expensive and we shouldn't waste time. I wish to welcome everybody in a meeting, and I want to say the meeting is officially opened. I'm happy that we have managed, and I also hope that we are going to take only 1 hour for this meeting, the one of the briefing by AG, so that we can also continue with the business of the day. You are all welcome. Honorable, okay, let's first start and flight the agenda, Ariko. Okay, there it is. I've welcomed everybody. So item 1 is done. And then we are on apologies, Ariko.
Thank you, Chair. Just the following apologies. Honorable Kwankwa, who's currently on oversight visit in the Eastern Cape with the Standing Committee on Appropriations. And then also from Sompa Masiu, who due to other commitments, she is unable to join us now. She will join us at 4. And then we've also received an apology from the Minister, who is responding to oral questions in the NCP. Those are the apologies, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much from the side of yourself, Ariko. But I would also like us to maybe combine the acceptance of these apologies and also with the agenda. Anyone who is going to assist us in terms of adopting the agenda and also accept the apologies. Can I be, okay, I can see that Honorable Fasia is also with us today. Her hand is up, and also Honorable Bapti. Can I get the input from Honorable Fasia?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move for the adoption of the agenda and the acceptance of the apologies. As I indicated, I'm between 2 meetings, but I am here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fasia. Any seconder to that, Honorable Bapti?
Thank you, Chair. I will second that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bapti. Now, the agenda has been accepted, and also, the apologies are accepted, and the agenda is adopted and seconded. Then, the next item, honorable members, needs to be the item of the Auditor General to brief us. Over to you, Auditor General, your office, and you will also introduce. Hello?
Chair, I see the Deputy Minister is on the platform as well.
Oh, let me acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for joining us, Deputy Minister. I think, let me, as usual, give over to the Deputy Minister to just have a political overview. But please, Deputy Minister, don't make our honorables
recording in
to cry,
progress,
and also don't make office of the Auditor General members to cry like you sometimes do. Your input is very sensitive and critical and also touching to other people. So I'm requesting today, we don't want to cry today. We cried a lot yesterday because of your sensitive and very, very articulated opening remarks. Thanks ever so much, DM. If you are ready, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and it's always a privilege to be part of this portfolio committee, and I won't make anybody cry today. I told you on my big story yesterday But thank you. I didn't get an opportunity at the end of yesterday's session just to sort of make some final comments. But I think, the portfolio committee really engaged robustly with all the entities that presented yesterday. But I'm sure that given yesterday's inputs and today's feedback that we'll get on Eskom, in the short term that this ministry has been operational, so that's obviously since the beginning of April, there has been a marked improvement in the overall outcomes, the overall behavior, the overall business of the entities and Eskom. We are exceptionally proud of our entities. Even Eskom, which for so many years has been reviled and disliked and everybody's favorite people to hate on. I think in the last year, we've definitely seen a massive turnaround in Eskom. Obviously, we'll talk to that. And I think a lot of that is to do with the phenomenal leadership of the board chairperson and the board that he has worked with. And then the incredible exco that we have in Eskom. I don't think people fully realize the amount of work that goes in by Dan and his team and how passionate and committed they are to the work that they do. It's very easy to sort of, dislike Eskom because of the history of the organization and what we've gone through since sort of 2015, really. But I think once you get to work with them and you get to see the kind of work that gets done and the passion they have for the work that they do and how important it is to everybody involved to turn our country's fortunes around, I think you start to get a different perspective on what they're dealing with, the historical issues that they've inherited as a team. And I think we can fully then appreciate the kind of work that's gone into turning the entity around. I think one of the most exciting things, obviously, aside from the unbundling, has been the introduction of Eskom Green. And we're very excited in the department to have a body within Eskom that is dedicated to renewable energy. And having met with Mr. Manisi, Reverend Manisi, the new head of Eskom Green, I have no doubt that they're going to do really, really good work in that space, working towards Eskom's contribution to the just energy transition. So I think if we look at it holistically, from the entities yesterday and the incredible work that they are doing and the incredible work that they've done, I mean, all the entities that presented yesterday, barring NERSA, have got clean audit outcomes. NERSA obviously had some slight issues, and we know that they've got capacity problems. And then obviously with Eskom today and the improvements that you'll see, I'm hopeful that this portfolio committee can feel some of the pride that we feel as a ministry in the work that has been done by the incredible people that work for this department and this government. So, Chair, I'm looking forward to the presentation today. We're not saying everything's hunky-dory. We're by no means saying that everything's perfect. But what we are seeing is a really positive turnaround in all areas within the Department of Electricity and Energy, and we're very proud of the work that's being done. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM. We're not going to cry today. At least it was short and brief and precise and to the point. And I think we are all ears. We can be able to listen. Thank you very much, DM, about those opening remarks. Now, let's give over to the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you very much. They will introduce their team. The leader
Sorry,
is
Chair,
going to...
Sorry, Chair, just before the AG continues, I see Mayor San's hand is raised. I'm not sure if it's a legacy hand that's raised.
It's the legacy.
Oh,
Yeah, if she has anything to say, she can just shout because she knows that. Okay, over to you, the Office of HG.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by greeting yourself and the honorable members of the committee and the Honorable Deputy Minister. I did see the acting DG on the call as well, and the colleagues that are on the call. Honorable Chair, from our side, my name is Madilima Losingo. I'm responsible for the energy portfolio within the Office of the Auditor General. I'm accompanied by Pumrani Rabonda, who leads the Eskom engagement from the Auditor General side on the ground. He is also equally accompanied by Pamela Mamey, Charles Mumwe, who are also the senior managers that work on this particular audit with us. As we've indicated when we briefed the committee on Tuesday, that we will have a special briefing on Eskom. On the Eskom side of the audit, we don't particularly do this audit by ourselves. We do it concurrently with our colleagues from Deloitte. The Deloitte team is led by Eric Chabalala, who is on the call, and the lead partner, who is Andre Dennis, together with Mabunguma Musa and Tanya Magugu, who are also responsible for executing the audit of Eskom on the ground. I did note an apology from the minister. We did have an opportunity to brief the Honorable Minister on the audit outcomes of Eskom yesterday, and he did provide his inputs into the presentation. He had equally provided inputs into some of the recommendations that we had made in relation to addressing some of the areas that we had highlighted in this presentation that we'll be taking the members through, particularly around the audit outcomes themselves, the going concern viability challenges that the entity faces, and some of the more aspects that impact the delivery of the mandate. We did get his inputs, and I think based on the inputs that we did receive from him, we do believe that working together with the ministry, working together with the department, and working together with Eskom collectively as the accountability ecosystem with this committee, putting all our hands together, we will be able to each do our part in ensuring that Eskom lives up to its mandate. Having said that, Chair, in the briefing today, we will share the insights around the audit outcomes, the delivery on the mandate, as well as compliance with laws and regulations, and equally on the performance information. In sharing these insights with yourselves, we do hope that it assists you in your oversight and in holding the institution accountable, and it also enables transparency around this very important institution. With that said, Honorable Chair, I think we're going to go directly into the presentation. Humran is going to lead the presentation together with Andre, and with your permission, Chair, I'm going to then hand over to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mme. Can we give over to Pumlani?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair and honorable members of the committee, maybe will allow us, we are going to interchange between myself, Andre, and also with Tanya as we navigate through the slides. In order to save time, I'm not going to go through the slides 2 and 3 because Madidimalo have done very well in terms of providing a very high-level strategic outlook of these 2 slides. So I'm going to hand over to Andre to already start, Chairperson, on the overall audit outcome, which is going to be on slide number 5. And then after that, he will hand over to Tanya, and then I'll come back after Tanya is done. Thank you very much, Andre.
Great. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide feedback today. I see my video is not on. Okay, so let's start with the overall audit outcomes. I think it's important that we just take a minute on page 5, as Fumalani has indicated. It's important to state that the opinion for the Eskom 2025 audit has again been qualified. It has been qualified on the completeness and accuracy of the disclosure of irregular expenditure and the completeness of losses due to criminal conduct. What is important to note is that there has been an improvement. Fruitless and wasteful, which was previously qualified, has not been qualified in the current year. We also then comment on the annual performance report, and we looked at the areas of generation and transmission, and we don't have any findings there. On distribution, you will also see in our report that there is an indicator there where we highlight the fact that there may be, in the annual performance report, maybe a missing indicator that we think is critical for the evaluation of that business. And then on just energy transition, we also do not have comments. In the realm of finance, we highlight the area where we have comments around the savings initiatives, and we will touch on those in a bit more detail as I go through the report. And then a new KPI that we evaluated this year is around fraud, and there we've got certain comments. Important though on the compliance with legislation is the fact that we need to highlight that there are still areas where we have material misstatements in the financial statements, and we've highlighted that the annual financial statements were not provided to us compliant with IFRS. We've also indicated significant internal control deficiencies that resulted in negative audit outcomes, both in the prior years as well as in the current year. And the revised audit recovery plan, or the new audit recovery plan that was initiated in the current period, I think the timing when that was commenced, that audit recovery process being January, will yield benefits into the future. But for the financial year up to March 2025, we have seen limited benefits come through from that initiative. And I think that is why the report very much resembles the report that we saw in the past. A matter that I think is important is that we do have a strong financial reporting center of excellence within the Eskom head office function. And I think that is critical because it assists in aligning all the policies and reporting that takes place in the group. But I think one of the areas that requires attention, and that comes through in one of our key audit matters, is that we need to improve accountability across all the components within the group, because the component teams relinquish responsibility to group where it should be that of the component to ensure that there's accurate and complete reporting of financial information. If I move to the next page on the overall audit outcomes, I think I've touched on the irregular expenditure. The irregular expenditure obviously is an issue that is qualified. The reason for that, we highlight inadequate systems of internal control to timelessly detect and record irregular expenditure, as well as inadequate controls to ensure appropriate assessment of potential irregular expenditure arising from non-compliant supply chain management processes and various investigation reports. There's also inadequate tracking of forensic report findings. There are obviously certain inaccurate record-keeping matters. There's misuse of deviation process with a related party. And then we've also, again, picked up payments to certain contracts made to parties who are not party to the original agreements. The losses due to criminal conduct is qualified on completeness due to the fact that there's inadequate systems of control to timelessly detect and record these losses, and also certain of the inventory losses, that are the write-offs that have taken place over the years that have not been investigated. When we move over to the next page, I think it's important that we just touch on two of these key audit matters. We have 6 of the key audit matters. 4 of them are recurring matters, but I would like to touch on, well, 5 of them are. I would like to touch on the first 2 on this report, and they relate to information technology controls, and the other relates to the ongoing forensic investigation into the illicit creation of prepaid tokens. So around the information technology controls, Eskom experienced an internal breach in their financial accounting system, the SAP system. This breach resulted in unauthorized access to the IT system, raising concerns around the integrity and confidentiality of financial data. The incident also highlights potential vulnerabilities in the group IT control framework, increasing the risk of material misstatements due to fraud and error. Now, key audit matter is an area where the auditors spent a good amount of time to address the matter, and I think that was That was what was experienced in the current year. And in this very specific area, we engaged our internal IT specialists, our cybersecurity specialists to understand and to gain an understanding of and evaluate the technical aspects of the internal breach, to understand the scope of the compromised systems and the effectiveness of the group's remediation efforts. I think further, we also assess the effectiveness of the cyber endpoint security protection, as well as the impact of the potential vulnerabilities in certain operational technologies, the OT environment. With the assistance of our IT and cyber experts, we evaluated the actions taken by management, and we also assess management's conclusions as to the extent of the impact of the breaches on the IT environment, and to understand if there are any IT security controls that were further compromised in other areas. We assess the breach against the IT environment, user access controls, and the effectiveness of the internal control activities. We concluded that there was sufficient remediation that had taken place, and that there was adequate processes in place to allow us to conclude on the information that we used from the system. The other area that we wanted to highlight is the impact of the ongoing Eskom forensic investigation into the illicit tokens created. I highlighted in the prior year that the online vending fraud had been identified by management, and this had been investigated by management's forensic experts. We had a debate on that matter last year already. I think what is important to acknowledge is that management has attempted to address certain of the deficiencies that arose and that were identified in the prior period. It is important to highlight here that we identified this towards the end of the audit. And if you consider that many of these control areas were addressed by management in the period from November through to March, it's understandable that not all those areas had been rectified. So we still sit with significant control deficiencies that result in an inability to determine the full extent of illicit prepaid tokens created. And I think we also highlighted the fact that there is quite a manual intervention required to understand whether these illicit tokens had been utilized in the prepaid meters. And you would need to inspect individual meters to assess that. So from that perspective, it is a very hard task to actually quantify the full extent of this fraud. So I think that remains a key audit matter. I also just want to highlight the fact that we record revenue in the prepaid environment based on the amount that has been received in cash. It is called prepaid revenue for a reason. It is prepaid. So if you have illicit tokens and these tokens are used by individuals in their prepaid meters, it is impossible to record that as revenue because that is not revenue. You don't have a contract with an individual customer. So I'm just highlighting that is in that first bullet. It's important that we understand that revenue is recorded in terms of IFRS 15 revenue from contracts with customers, and on the illicit tokens, you do not have a contract with customers. Great. Then if I move over to the other 4 items, the impairment assessment. Sorry, Fumo, just go back one, please. The third CAM is around the impairment assessment of property, plant and equipment and indefinite useful life intangible assets. Obviously, that was a key focus area following the 30th of January NERSA rulings around the tariff increases. And it was critical for us to understand the implications of the ultimate settlement that was reached between NERSA and Eskom, and that was tabled on the 8th of August, 9th of August, where NERSA and Eskom agreed to a 54 billion rand settlement with regards to the errors made in that determination. I think it's critical that we just state that we have used that in the evaluation, and for that reason, I think we can conclude that there is no impairment that needs to be considered. The material greater than internal controls of financial reporting and the impact on the audit of financial statements. I've touched on that in the briefing at the start. It really is about ensuring that the control fabric of Eskom is strengthened in the components, and that we ensure that financial controls are maintained at the component level, so that information that is consolidated is accurate and complete. The other two CAMs are very much the same as the prior year: valuation of complex financial instruments. We have the embedded derivatives, complicated by the hardship clauses that were called on both Samancor and Glencore in the past year. And the other is around the valuation of compensation event provisions relating to the megaboard projects. And those are very much subject to the timing of the work that is done by the SIU and other investigation firms investigating these matters. And we keep a close tally on those areas. Great. Thank you. Around performance reporting, we also highlighted a few areas on the performance reporting. Important that we touch on finance. I think that's the first one, and most probably the most critical of the three. From the savings initiatives that were reported by management, the target was 5.4 billion rand. Management recorded a savings of 16.3 billion rand. I think that it's fair to say that we gave that a decent shake, and there was quite a lot of work done around that. We found that the reported achievement was not supported by sufficient audit evidence. We found an overstatement of 2.9 billion rand. That was due to errors in the results used. There was a further 3.4 billion rand, which we believe was based on inappropriate estimates and judgments. And there are further savings of around 1.4 billion rand that could not be adequately substantiated. I want to stress here, this got no impact on the financial statement results. This is on a KPI that management is measured on. So it's not on what is reported in your financial statements, in your results for the year. Okay, fraud and corruption. There it's around the vetting and integrity assessments, the security clearance, the board and designated employees. And here the target was 70%, and the actual that was recorded was 19.15%. We could not find adequate evidence to support how management substantiated this performance. And this was really around the period, the first two quarters of 2025. A last point just around missing indicator is on distribution, and that is an indicator to measure the performance on the progress of Eskom distribution infrastructure expansion and the conversion from conventionally billed postpaid customers to prepaid customers and smart grid technologies. These were omitted from the approved planning documents. Consequently, progress towards the achievement of this mandate was not reported in the shareholders' compact performance section of the director's report. Thank you very much. We can move on. Tanya.
Afternoon, honorable members. I'll take you through the financial management and compliance section of our audit report and our audit outcome on the Eskom audit outcomes. In the current year, a number of the material compliance findings were similar to the prior year. As Andre indicated, we had findings around the annual financial statements where we compare the financial statements that were submitted for audit and those that were finally signed off. There were material misstatements identified and corrected as a result of the audit process. And we also had findings around expenditure management, as well as revenue management. And revenue management, we assess whether there's effective and appropriate steps that have been undertaken by the organization to collect all revenue due. In addition, similar to prior year, we had findings on procurement and contract management, consequence management, as well as SOE oversight and governance. With the focus on consequence management, we assess whether there's appropriate consequence management arising from disciplinary steps that is required against officials who have incurred irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We can go on to the next one, Phumlani. Unreportable irregularities. As auditors, we have responsibilities. We have a responsibility to assess the laws and regulations of the organization. And whereby we identify any non-compliance, we are required to then inform the audit regulator of these matters. And ultimately, the audit regulator will inform the shareholder, the executive authority of these matters, and any other affected parties with regards to these matters. The reportable irregularities that were reported in the current year were similar to the prior years, and these related to around the non-compliance with environmental laws and regulation, that is around air quality as well as the National Water Act. It related to the backlog of forensic cases. It related to the financial records not being accurate and complete with regards to PFMA, as well as breaches due to delays in consequence management, as we previously discussed, as well as then the financial statements that were not complete and accurate when submitted to National Treasury and the auditors on the 31st of May. I'll hand over back to Phumlani.
Thank you, Andre and Tanya. Honorable Chair, I will take the committee back to slide number 10, where we now try to bring context in the evolving environment within which Eskom is operating. So we know that we have got our National Development Plan that sets goals for 2030. And this one of the plans that is still the North Star in terms of what the country aims to achieve as far as energy sustainability is concerned. In that plan, it is noted that South Africa needs to have energy sustainability or energy sector that provides reliable and efficient energy services at competitive rates. So these are the goals that as the cabinet and the minister are putting together the various plans and the various policies that are going to guide energy planning and energy sustainability going forward. They are trying to achieve this ambition that has been set on the National Development Plan. We also take note that in the current year under review, which is the 24-25 financial year, it was a transition year from the medium-term strategy framework of 2019-2024 to the new plan that was approved during the financial year, which is the medium-term development plan, the MTDP. And the MTDP does highlight a number of strategic interventions that Eskom has been identified as a contributor, either a leader or contributor in those ones. But most of them, they are being led by the department in ensuring that there is energy sustainability going into the future. And we are bringing this one to the committee so that the committee is providing oversight into various annual reports of within the portfolio and that of Eskom. The committee to take note of what is the direction, what are the strategic priorities that the cabinet have set for themselves in the next 5 years around the areas of energy sustainability. In that specific area, we are highlighting that there are about 4 of them that I just want to highlight. The first one is there's a priority to continue to implement the Energy Action Plan and achieve long-term energy security. And this is noting that with the transition that's currently happening on the revision of the Integrated Resource Plan, and also the challenges that country experienced over the past years with load shedding, Cabinet adopted the Energy Action Plan, which was then guiding immediate and urgent interventions to ensure that there's energy sustainability within the country, while long-term plans are being revised to ensure that going to the long term, there are those there's a proper planning and proper projections and interventions that will ensure sustainability going forward. So the first intervention that has been identified here is to continue to implement the Energy Action Plan, which you must note that Eskom's role in that plan, which was to implement successfully the Generation Recovery Plan. They've done so well. That is why at the opening, the DM did highlight the success that we've seen from the performance of Eskom around energy supply. Another intervention is to implement the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, which is commonly known as the JET-IP. So this was some of the intervention that, as part of the transition, there are particular measures that the cabinet has identified that need to be implemented, especially to protect the communities that are affected by the transition from the fossil fuel towards renewable energy. And in this regard, there were two particular indicators that were included in the Eskom shareholders corporate, which Eskom have reported against around there's some areas in Mpumalanga in terms of what needs to be done there. Then there's another intervention around the restructuring of Eskom that must be completed in line with the roadmap, this Eskom roadmap, and also the provisions of the amended Energy Regulation Act. And finally, with another intervention that we're highlighting is the establishment of the South African wholesale electricity market. So these are the major interventions that we have noted from the MTDP, that the Department of Electricity and Energy and Eskom have a role to play in ensuring that they are implemented, to ensure that whatever that the government is set for themselves to achieve in the medium to long term is achieved as far as it relates to energy sustainability. I will then go to the space of viability and growing concern of Eskom, a topic that while we are congratulating Eskom for significant reduction of energy supply issues and turning the tide around to profitability, going concern remains a risk for Eskom. The first thing to highlight is that the board has a responsibility to assess the going concern status of the entity. They have done that. They've submitted their assessment for audit review. In their assessment, they concluded that the Eskom is a going concern, which means Eskom will continue to operate into the foreseeable future. But the board also noted some risks to those to that conclusion or that going concern status, and those risks are disclosed in the financial statements as material uncertainties. The audit process reviewed the assessment and also read the same conclusion that the board has made to say, yes, the board's assessment is supported by information and evidence, and also indeed those risks that the board has identified, there are material uncertainties. So in this slide, sorry, I was on the wrong side. Yeah, sorry, I'm here. In this slide, they are highlighted as financial viability risks. Those are the things that needs to be managed, or the risk that needs to be managed to ensure that any risk or potential risk to the viability of Eskom is averted. I'm just going to highlight a few on that one. The first thing is the fact that it's a well-known fact that Eskom is still very much debt reliant in their liquidity position. And also there's uncertainties in the future in terms of their reliance on the debt relief program, which we've noted in the past 2 years that it has also been reduced. Initial approval was sitting at 254 billion rand that Eskom did to benefit from this one. Currently, the total benefit is currently standing at 230 billion rand. So that those reductions, they kind of indicate that government policies do have an impact on the viability of Eskom going forward. The continuous increase in overdue municipal debt, we will talk to those one in the next slide. And also the fact that going concern assumption is in the premise that, or on the assumption that the benefits of successful implementation of the generation recovery plan will continue into the future. So that means Eskom must continue to implement the measures that they've identified for themselves through the generation recovery plan to ensure that they generate enough electricity to sell and be able to bring in income. And also the impact of electricity losses, which some of them are being incurred through illegal connections, ghost vending, as Andre have indicated under the OVS key audit matters, and also the selling of illegal tokens. So those are the risks that are having an impact on the potential viability of Eskom going into the future. The board, as their responsibility, they also identified the key initiatives, strategic initiatives to respond to this risk. And those are indicated on the right, the 6 bullets on the right. Their continuous engagement with the National Treasury and the shareholder to ensure that the challenges that have been identified are addressed, and which include the development of a long-term strategy to fully optimize the Eskom group and the company's balance sheet. Eskom is working with the National Treasury and the shareholder to ensure that there is continuous compliance with the measures or the conditions imposed by the Minister of Finance on the Eskom debt relief program. There are continuous interventions to try and improve on the recovery of the overdue receivables, specifically from the municipal debtors and some of the small power users that are still a headache to Eskom. And I think maybe I don't have to go through the rest of the initiatives. I just want to highlight those few. And then I said we're going to go through maybe talk the municipal debt. And the reason we want to talk about the municipal debt is because municipal debt is not a one-factor problem or one root cause problem. It's a complex political, financial, socio-economic governance challenge that cannot have a single response to it. Currently, the municipal debt problem is being addressed through the Eskom Municipal Debt Relief Program that have identified municipalities that applied to be part of the program, where they agree to particular interventions and a particular community to pay their current debt while they are processed to write off some of the debt that they owe before. That is a financial response. But the problem for municipal debt is not only a financial problem. So financial response on its own cannot resolve this particular issue. So that's why we're continuing to highlight this thing. In highlighting it, we want to indicate that if we look at the challenges that lead, some of the challenges, as I indicate that it's a complex problem, some of the challenges that result to this thing, they start with the entire value chain of local government financial management, local government service delivery, and local government electricity service as a whole. You have got aging infrastructure that is rife with, that's a fertile ground for illegal connections and illegal vending and the theft of electricity and losses of electricity, which therefore means that municipalities may not even be able to bill for the electricity that has been used in the municipal space. So the moment you can't even bill for the electricity because it's stolen, it means you can't even have revenue to recover, and you don't even have revenue you're going to pay over to Eskom. The second thing we're talking is at the governance level, that even when we look at the Auditor General's audit come in municipalities, there is persistent financial management weaknesses with regard to the billing itself and also the recovery of revenue that's due to municipalities, which means that as a result of those things, municipalities won't be able to pay over to Eskom. There's also socio-economic challenges with regard to affordability. Eskom, for the NERSA increases, which are happening in the space where the economy is not doing well, people don't have jobs and everything, put pressure on the communities or on the users that they end up just opting for the illegal market. And finally, there are programs that are implemented at local governmental level to protect the vulnerable consumers. We call them indigent debtors. But there's not effective utilization or management of these programs at municipal level. There were people who are in those programs that do not qualify for those programs. And you've got people who are in the program, they qualify for the program, but the municipality don't have measures that are going to monitor the limits and the conditions within which the people need to enjoy the free basic electricity within the indigent program. So we need to highlight some of these challenges to indicate that it's not going to be a problem that can be solved only with the municipal debt relief program, because we've noted even Eskom in their own integrated report have indicated that there is a significant non-compliance with the conditions of the relief program by municipalities that are part of that program. So I want to come to conclusion and recommendations, Honorable Chair. And then around the conclusion is just a message, firstly, where we are commending Eskom for decisive leadership and focused execution of the Generation Recovery Plan, which has led to a significant improvement in performance and most notably the end of load shedding for the biggest part of the financial year under review. Although Eskom has made notable progress in improving the operational performance, financial sustainability remains a critical risk. That's why we've highlighted it in the previous few slides. And this is the risk that we are highlighting that still to be managed and be addressed. We're also indicating that the audit outcome is still a challenge because it remains stagnant with similar issues that have been reported in previous years. If you were to plot, Honorable Chair, since since some of us who have been involved in this audit, since Deloitte took the audit as well, most of the issues that are being reported are actually the same around the audit outcomes. So this is an area that needs to be addressed. Yes, we've noted that there's an audit improvement plan that has been put in place, and we'll continue to monitor that. And we're also part of the recommendation we'll see to the board is to make sure that there's of effective oversight and accountability on that particular plan. And then we are also just highlighting that the board has a responsibility to build an entity that is characterized by a culture of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity, which will ultimately result in sustainable delivery against the mandate of the entity. So, Chairperson, let me then now come to the recommendations. We've got recommendations to the board. We've got recommendations that we've made to the minister. We've got recommendations that we're also making to the portfolio committee. To the board, we have recommended that they assess the progress with the implementation and the impact of the audit recovery plan. We recommend that the board drive accountability and decisive action with consequences for transgression and behavior that delays or hinders measures to improve internal controls. The board needs to provide effective oversight with regard to the progress in addressing the reportable irregularities, specifically around the loss control function, which should be enhanced to ensure that the accountability process and remedial measures are constantly applied. To the executive authority, these are the engagement that the committee that we engaged with him yesterday on. The first one is to monitor progress by the board in the implementation of the audit recovery plan. The second one is to try and address this complex problem that I just highlighted around the municipal debt. That minister need to partner with COCTA, SALGA, and National Treasury to develop a comprehensive framework on addressing the key weaknesses within the municipal electricity value chain, including conducting a root cause analysis on local government energy planning, infrastructure upgrading and maintenance, and also billing for electricity services. Must include capacity building to enable a development or acquisition of critical skills for electricity services in local government. And finally, sources of funding for whatever initiatives will be implemented, will be identified in that particular framework. To the committee, in order to effectively provide oversight in these recommendations, we are recommending that the committee follow up with the minister and the board to monitor the following: progress on the implementation of the audit recovery plan, compliance with the conditions of Eskom debt relief program as defined by the National Treasury, progress on measures to address viability and going concern risk, including optimization of the group and the company's balance sheet, and finally, the measures that the minister would have implemented to address the municipal debt. Chairperson, let me hand over to our leader, Madidimalo, just to close off our presentation. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Kumu, and to our colleagues from Deloitte that have assisted us in presenting the audit outcomes of Eskom. I think, Chairperson, maybe the one thing that one must say is that in our engagement with the minister yesterday, one of the key things that he did highlight to us was that the ministry, together with the department and together with Eskom, one of the things that has preoccupied them during this year under review was the need to make sure that they keep the lights on. And he did commit to us to say that part of the way forward and looking forward is to make sure that there is a laser focus, and I'm paraphrasing the words that he used himself, that there is going to be a laser focus in terms of the audit outcomes, in terms of putting measures and plans to improve the audit outcomes as we see them. But equally, there's going to be a greater focus on the going concern and viability challenges as we've highlighted them in this presentation. And most importantly was to say that as the policy and reforms in the energy sector are being developed and being finalized, there is going to be continuous updating and revision of current plans to ensure that they align with the policy documents of of the department and of the country. And ultimately, all of these measures are then critical to ensuring that we've got energy sustainability. So we do hope that the presentation then assists the committee in its oversight role and in holding the institution accountable. And I think at this stage, Honorable Chair, we would then be ready to take any questions and inputs from the honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, the team from AG's office. Maybe let me give an opportunity for members to interact with the presentation for clarification in other issues, so that we can deal with or engage with Eskom. Honorable Milam, followed by Honorable Singh, and then I will give over to Honorable Ngosi and the others that their hands are up. Over to you, Honorable Milam.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, as always, to the Auditor General for a very comprehensive report. Just a couple of comments before I ask my questions. So, you've issued a qualified audit opinion on Eskom for the 9th consecutive year. Now, that's not really a minor infraction. It signifies a fundamental inability to run the entity according to the law. And it stems from Eskom's failure to accurately account for, amongst other things, irregular expenditure and losses due to criminal conduct. This report really paints a very damning picture of a culture of impunity and a lack of consequence management at Eskom. In fact, Eskom failed at its own targets for commencing investigations. They only achieved 12.24% of a 70% target, and for implementing forensic recommendations, where they got 42.6% of a 70% target. Now, in your presentation, you state that the failure to act against officials, and I quote, encourages a culture where disregard for legislation, policies, and procedures thrives. End quote. That is essentially the root cause of the ongoing financial problems and leakage and corruption at Eskom. You've also raised the material uncertainty related to Eskom's ability to continue as a going concern. And from my perspective, the reported profit is misleading because the entity is entirely dependent on government bailouts to serve its debt and to remain solvent. If we have a look at the financial year under review, of that 16 billion rand profit, I think something like 12 billion rand is a once-off refund from SARS that is not likely to repeat itself. So I guess the question is, what is your opinion on the profit or the profitability of Eskom, and do you think that this is sustainable in the long term? Then, and do you think it's a credible reflection of Eskom's performance? Would the unquantified losses, you spoke about the fact that you were unable to quantify the full extent of irregular expenditure and criminal losses, would those unquantifiable losses materially erase that 16 billion rand profit? I want to come back to the lack of accountability at various levels for failing to address repeat audit findings. Have you identified specific executive positions or governance structures that are responsible for this? And have you recommended directly to the minister that these specific individuals be held accountable? If not, why not? And if so, what are the details on that? I'm not going to go into the municipal debt relief program. That's something that I think needs to be addressed through COGTA. And then I guess my final question, and it goes to the overall picture of Eskom, is this. We've had 9 years of consecutive qualified audits, all of which cite similar control failures. In your professional opinion, as the Auditor General of South Africa, are the current governance structures at Eskom capable of reform? And if not, have you considered issuing a special report on systemic governance collapse at the entity? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Zrin.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also welcome the work that has been done by the Auditor General, and we certainly appreciate the Auditor General, the extensive and thorough report that the AG's office always does, and so we appreciate this particular presentation and the report from the AG's office. We also noticed that this is a qualified audit, albeit with some improvements from the previous year. However, I think one of the concerns that I have is that the qualified audit that Eskom has received is largely due to, from what I understand, Eskom not implementing recommendations from the AG's office for the last 6 years. Honorable Milam says it's some 9 years. But in the last presentation last year that the Auditor General made, you clearly indicated that it was the last 5 years, the 5 auditing years, that Eskom has failed to implement the Auditor General's recommendations. So this then, based on that report, would be the 6th year that there are failures from Eskom to implement the recommendations within the Auditor General's report. Now, in that regard, is the Auditor General aware of any penalties that have been imposed upon Eskom for not officials, for that matter, for not adhering to whether it's license conditions or Eskom employees not adhering to their fiduciary responsibility as employees of Eskom? And I asked this question in our meeting on Tuesday, I think it is, has the Auditor General recommended any punitive action against any Eskom employees for what the AG considers to be a breach of financial legislation that is in place, and there's been a failure to comply with that particular financial legislation. And then, Chair, I recommended also last year, I recommended that the Electricity and Energy Committee monitor the continuous internal audit process in preparation for an external audit. And I welcome in that regard the Auditor General's recommendations that this committee, as well as the board, become more involved in monitoring those particular processes. I'll be eager to hear whether the Auditor General has put in place specific recommendations in terms of which, within Eskom, which particular branch managers, leaders in Eskom that needs to be overseen, the different areas where there are concerns that have been picked up in terms of management, in terms of fraud, in terms of a failure to adhere to financial legislation processes. So have there been certain leaders that have been identified who need to be placed over the different sectors where there are concerns, so that those particular leaders, whether they be board members or managers within Eskom, those particular leaders can be held accountable going forward. And then very similar to, lastly, Chair, very similar to Honorable Milam's question, last year the AG also indicated that the meager Eskom financial improvements were largely as a result of increased tariffs and government bailouts. And those increased tariffs also put a huge burden on the general public with tariffs in particular being seen as a driver of administered inflation. Now, is the Auditor General's position for this particular audit any different in terms of what Eskom is saying are profits that have been generated, and whether those particular profits are as a result of the increased tariffs and the bailouts that Eskom has received from government? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just want to remind you, honorable members, I said we must have an hour. Let's direct the questions to the Auditor General's office, and then we can come back to Eskom and ask the questions. Thank you, Honorable Vusingosi and Honorable Olsen, followed by Honorable Pant.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I also would like to welcome the report by AGSA. Chair, I only have just two questions for AG. I just wanted to check, Chair, was AG able to place a reliable monetary value on the losses incurred from the illicit prepaid electricity tokens and illegal connections for the 2024-2025 financial year? Or did the lack of adequate data logs remain a limitation on the scope of the 2024-2025 audit? Secondly, Chair, I just want to check how many material irregularities were formally declared for the 2024-2025 period, and what is their estimated financial loss, and what is the current status of the remedial action against them? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Vusingosi. Then I noted Honorable Bapti, Honorable Paulson first, and then followed by Honorable Bapti.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the AG's office and Eskom. Thank you, Mr. Abonda and Mr. Dennis, for the presentation. There were losses due to criminal conduct, and this increased from 6.7 billion in 2023-2024 to 7.2 billion. That's in 2024-2025. That's 500 million rand in 1 year. That's losses due to criminal conduct. So what specific new countermeasures were proposed since March 31, 2025 to detect and record these losses timelessly beyond the revised audit recovery plan mentioned? I think, the fact that we are losing money at Eskom due to criminal conduct, and it's an annual thing. It happens every year. And we know where the money is being lost and how it's being lost and what measures should be put in place. Have you proposed those measures? Has Eskom then implemented those measures? Because once they do, we shouldn't have billions being siphoned off from Eskom due to criminality. And then also the audit noted material misstatements in financial statements that were corrected during the audit process. So in other words, the qualification could have been worse, but you've allowed them to go and correct some things. So what specific systemic failures allow these material misstatements to persist every year in the initial submission? And what actions are being proposed to the Financial Reporting Centre of Excellence to address the need for improved accountability across all group components, so they stop relinquishing this responsibility to the Auditor General. And then the qualified opinion implies that the cost of primary energy could be much lower if losses from criminal conduct and irregular expenditure were eliminated. So what is the estimated total financial impact on the cost of primary energy attributed to the combined 8.7 billion in qualified losses? And then the last question, the audit noted that the revised audit recovery plan was only implemented towards the end of the 2025 financial year, making it too late to have a meaningful impact on the current outcomes. So what is the precise progress assessment of the implementation and the impact of this plan as of October 2025, as recommended for assessment? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Let's give Honorable Bapti.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to pose my question in connection with municipal debt and Eskom as a going concern, its future viability. And given the extent of the debt and the risk that it poses for Eskom, and I think it's roughly 24% of the sales, electricity sales, goes via municipalities. We know that the board consider Eskom to be a going concern, but that's taking into account that bailouts. This year there was the receiver revenue paying back money in the form of VAT. So with these additional revenues coming in, it would appear that Eskom is viable. But if one takes away those added incomes and one takes into account what is not being received from municipalities that take electricity but don't pay for it, I want to know from the Auditor General, would they consider Eskom then still to be a going concern, a viable company going into the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bapti. Let me check whether is there any other hand. I don't see any other hand for now. Let's give over to the Office of the Auditor General. Okay,
Chair.
there is a hand of Honorable Njabileng. Over to you, sir.
Chair, I'm gonna ask the question on the second round because I feel I need an interactive session where I can do a question and answer environment the way we used to do it previously. Please, on the second round, this process of asking questions, 10 of us or whatever, and then we wait for responses, we get lost in the process and these questions are not even answered adequately. Can we maybe try that session on the second round of hands? Thank you so much, Chair.
Mamela, listen, Honorable Member. The approach for now is to refer the questions of clarification to AG's office. Then we are going to get the presentation from Eskom and then we'll interact it. We can be able to do the way that you want us to do. But for now, allow us to give the AG to answer this so that we can release them and then get into Eskom and interact with Eskom. Thank you very much. Can we proceed? Can we go to AG's office to interact with answers and respond?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm still seeing one hand, two hands. I don't know if we can still continue. I will take your guidance, Chair.
What are you asking?
I was
Mr.
noting-
Molefe's hand.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, is there Mr. Molefe's hand? Okay, let's give over
Yes,
to
Chair.
you, Honorable Molefe.
Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to ask is actually something that I asked in the context of NERSA the other day, but the 54 billion mistake, what are the financial implications to Eskom, and how has that been captured in Eskom's financials? It looks like now there is an agreement that the money will be paid back. I'm not sure between the 2 financial years or if this is a post-financial year event. But also the fact that NERSA says the money will be recovered in stages and not once off as it was lost. What happens to the time value of money calculations in respect of that mistake? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. If there are any other hand, let's go to AG to answer or respond to the questions and comments so that we can release them and continue with our meeting.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and also thank you to the honorable members for the questions that they have posed. I think as the Office of the AG, we do appreciate the inputs and the questions, and I think they're quite relevant in assisting the committee in holding Eskom accountable for the outcomes that we have presented here today. Honorable Chair, what I'm going to do is I've got other colleagues with me on the call. We're going to take turn in answering the questions to make sure that we've comprehensively responded to all the responses. I am going to start off with Andre in terms of responding to the questions that have been posed, and then he'll be followed by Phumulani, and then I will cover any other questions that remain unanswered. Over to you, Andre.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Maddie. There are quite a few questions relating to the results that have been reported for Eskom, and I'm referring to the profit before tax of 23.8 billion, profit for the year of 16 billion rand. The opinion required or asked of us is that profitability credible? So that the results that are reported there are credible, but we need to acknowledge that the Honourable Millihan is correct, that those results include the SARS settlement on the diesel rebate, and that is a once-off. So that is quite clear in the financial statements and disclosed as such as well. I think what is positive, though, is that there is a very improved generation result in the past year, and we all felt it in less load shedding, and that comes through in the positive movement in the revenue line. We do see a reduction, obviously, in the OCGT cost, and that sits in the primary energy side as well, and that is as a result of less load shedding, or practically very little load shedding in the past year. So there needs to be credit to the team for that. I think the next question relating to the results is, if we look at these results and we look at the going concern assumption, and Honourable Molefe has also raised the NERSA settlement of 54 billion rand, these results do not include the 54 billion rand settlement with NERSA. The NERSA settlement is considered in the way that we evaluate the business for the next 18 months, and very specifically considering the going concern assertions of NERSA, of the business. And we have built that in evaluating, going concern as well as the impairment of the assets of the business. And we've considered that in the way we look at the next 5 years, and that is very much driven by what NERSA has agreed. There is, of the settlement of 54 billion rand, there appears to be a willingness for the 12 billion, there's a suggestion for the 12 billion to come through in the 27 financial year and the 23 billion to come through in the 28 financial year, with the remaining 19 billion mechanism to be determined for the future. So that is considered in the impairment evaluation looking forward and also in the going concern evaluation looking forward. A point that was raised was around municipal debt, and I think that is critically important in the evaluation of the going concern. And I know that Fumelani has spent a considerable amount of time on that. But I think it's important to note that the arrear increase in the last year has been material, and we have, in our assessment of the next 18 months, we have stress tested the model to the extent that we believe that that trajectory will continue. And for the next 18 months, we are comfortable still that Eskom will be a going concern. So we agree with management's evaluation around that. What is critical, though, is that all the benefits that might have been achieved through the debt relief program could be undone if the municipal debt arrear situation is not addressed, because it is not sustainable for Eskom in this environment to continue with providing the electricity and having very, very low recovery against that. And that is just a normal business matter. It's not something that Eskom has done incorrectly. The bottom line is that you can't provide electricity, have no recovery, and then believe that your results are going to not be impacted by that. Having said that, our revenue is based on what is contractually recoverable, but also we evaluate whether it's probable that that revenue will be recovered. And for that reason, there is certain of the municipalities where the revenue recognition criteria is on an cash basis. So we only record revenue based on the cash that has been received. And that means that, albeit that it's invoiced, it is assessed against probability of recovery, and if deemed recoverable, we record that as revenue, or the client records that as revenue. So on that basis, that is considered, and that is considered at a gross level. So if you look at the note on trade receivables, you will see that the consideration is the gross level, and the revenue is only done on the cash basis for many of the municipalities that don't actually meet the accrual basis. One of the questions that arose is, how does the losses due to criminal conduct, and specifically the losses due to the illicit tokens, get accounted for in the financial information? So it is important, I touched on it earlier, revenue cannot be taken on the illicit tokens because no cash was received for those tokens. So you have no contract with someone. It is an illegal token. It will be punched into a prepaid meter, and Eskom will deliver the electricity on the basis that that token is recognized by the meter. But ultimately, there has been no cash received by Eskom. So the way that the accounting works is that there is no revenue to be booked, but Eskom incurs the cost of providing that electricity. And that is what is being disclosed by Eskom as losses due to criminal conduct. It is included in that. There in that figure is illegal connections, it is ghost vendings and vending, and it also relates to illicit tokens. Sorry. And meter tampering as well. Apologies. So from the perspective of understanding whether the results are impacted by the cost of utilizing those illicit tokens, yes, that is ultimately on the portion of electricity that is provided to individuals who have used these illicit tokens for which no payment is received and no revenue is recognized. Can we quantify the full extent of the illicit tokens and what it would cost Eskom to service that? Number one, it is impossible to quantify the full extent of the illicit tokens. As Honorable Nkosi has referred, there is a lack of logs and backups that makes that process totally impossible, and that is on the initiation side of the illicit tokens. Then you also have the complication on the measurability of what is in the market and what's not in the market. That is impossible to assess. And lastly, it is also impossible to know whether a token has been utilized or not unless a physical assessment has been done. It's a manual process of evaluating a prepaid meter against the prepaid tokens that have been punched into that meter. It is not something that is system generated. It sits on the meter. It is still a manual process. The meters, there is a program within Eskom, and Eskom management will talk about that, the rollout of the smart meter program. There is that will assist in making the process easier, in that we should, if that is implemented appropriately, you should be able to monitor from a central point whether the tokens are used or not. But until such time as everything has been placed on the new smart meters, that process would be hardly possible to quantify. So I think I've dealt with that process. Around what has management done, I'm going to leave that to management to answer. Their processes and their response to remediate that position. What I can say is that we have seen that through the KRN 1, KRN 2 rollover process, that there were certain of the non-paying customers that have become paying customers. And that is one of the initiatives that has been driven by management, not only as a response to the illicit token, but this was an industry-wide response to deal with the KRN rollover. But we have seen that there has been a benefit in that area as well. You asked a question, Honourable Milner Hum, around what is the process within Eskom as it relates to the governance structures? Who is responsible for not following up what? And have we reported and have we not reported? There are copious number of reports that are issued, and I think I want to use this opportunity to go back to the report of last year, where we cautioned against the fact that many of the positions within Eskom were caretaken by individuals who were not in permanent positions. And this board in the current year has made an attempt to formally appoint individuals into key roles, permanent individuals into key roles. And it may be early to fully evaluate that because certain of these appointments were done in the latter part of the 24-25 financial year. But in that process, we have observed a energy that has not been there in the past and a willingness to address certain of these matters. We have also seen feedback that is tabled at EXCO level, where progress on our matters that have been reported over the last 4 years are being tracked, and we can see that there is a process to ensure that all the matters are being responded to by management. Have we had the opportunity to evaluate all that? No. So that would be done, because a lot of that is done in this new financial year, post the 25 March year end. That will be an area where we would evaluate to see the effectiveness and the diligence with which these matters have been addressed, and we will be providing feedback on that score. Just help me. Okay. Tanya, do you want to?
Through you, Honourable Chair, on the reportable irregularities and the current status of that remediation, I'll let management just unpack that through their when they come through later. But in terms of the reportable irregularities, we do understand that management has a process to address it through various committees of the board and report to various committees of the board. And we also do understand that some of the processes to remediate the reportable irregularities will be a longer term, in particular when you think of the environmental matters, as these require significant amounts of capital injections and funding for these to be appropriately be remediated on that. I think I will hand over to Phumulani on the rest of the matters.
Where is Phumulani? Okay, over to you, Phumulani.
Sorry, Chair, we're just muting the speakers who are sharing a room here to avoid the echo. Chairperson, let me first start on the question around I think Honourable Member referred to them as material irregularities, in terms of which ones were issued in the current year. Yeah, it was from Honourable Nkos. So just to highlight, the first thing difference is that because Eskom is an audit that is audited in terms of a private audit firm, being Deloitte, the concept that is applied is a reportable irregularities, which then, as Tanya and as highlighted, an RI is identified and they notify the regulatory board of auditors, who then inform the various related bodies in public service who are going to take implement remedies on these things, while there's an accountability on the board to take action on the respective material irregularities. So you will see, Chair, that just to remind honourable members that on this particular slide here, sorry to take you back. Yeah, on this particular slide here, all the material irregularities that have been notified in the system, they were all coming from the previous prior years, and they are still ongoing. What that means is that the board is still in the process of address to number one, that there's accountability for whatever has gone wrong. Number two, improve internal controls to prevent reoccurrence. So these are disclosed in the financial statements under the end of the notes of statements, where the board have disclosed what have they done or what are they doing. And on all of these ones, they've marked them as open, pending particular activities or actions that the board is undertaking on these ones. So none of them have been closed up to so far. I wanted to just first deal with this particular one. There was a question from Honourable Mailem and also Honourable Tereng, which kind of touches on the effectiveness of the governance structures and effectiveness of individuals within the Eskom in terms of being able to take the entity forward or to address the weaknesses that we have identified in there. Andre tried to touch on this one, but we wanted to highlight that this is the responsibility of the board to be able to answer to this one in terms of part of their audit recovery plan. How have they identified the weaknesses in the value chain, or the individuals or the structures in the value chain that need to be empowered or need to be corrected or improved? And I think management would be the best to address this one, because from our side, we focus on what has gone wrong, what is the root cause of that one, put the recommendation, but the board needs to take ownership in terms of addressing those specific issues. I think also when we go to the question from Honorable Person in terms of what are the systemic failures allowing the recurrence of misstatements from the previous years, Andrea has also tried to touch on this one again. So Chairperson, one of the key issues that we want to highlight here is maybe an element that when Andrea was giving the overview of the audit committee at the beginning, he spoke about the Center of Excellence that is present in Eskom at group level. That is playing a role of coordinating various intra-control measures. However, the weakness that we have identified was that there is a relinquishment of duty from the components. So that part of other people within Eskom not playing their part in support of the measures that Eskom management has implemented is the area that we think is causing the recurrence of this thing, because no matter how good a group they're going to, or at head office, they're going to be effective in addressing what they need to do. But the success of that is dependent on everyone playing their part. If components are going to lose their duty of verifying information, make sure that information is available and correcting whatever mistakes have happened, the group cannot do that. That is why part of our recommendation was that the board need to be relentless in holding people accountable, especially those who are with the behavior that undermines the audit recovery plan or progress on the audit recovery plan. And then there was a question from Honorable Mulife around what happened, the quantum value of money. I just want to close on that one to say, because this was not factored, it's not accounted for in the, in the financial statements that we have in terms of its revenue or potential revenue. It's a future settlement that ongoing engagement between the ministry, Eskom, and also NERSA will then determine how it gets resolved on that one. Thank you very much. I think I've closed the part on a question on my side.
No, thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable Chair, if you can just confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, I hear you.
Honorable Chair?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm just going to deal with a couple of questions, and it's really to close on some of the sentiments that we're picking up from the members. I suppose part of what the members have raised is the issue of compliance with laws and regulations and the consequence or the impact of that non-compliance, right? And what are the actions that have been taken by ourselves as the Auditor General in terms of highlighting these particular matters. As the colleagues have indicated, the issues of compliance with laws and regulations, and particularly those that impact procurement and contract management, we have raised them in the past through recommendations that we have made to management and to the board, and equally to the audit committee. Some of those matters, as Humrani and have indicated, have also resulted in us issuing what the team has been alluding to in terms of the reportable irregularities. One thing that I think would then be important for the committee going forward, if you look at the reportable irregularities that we've issued, particularly around procurement and contract management, and particularly around consequence management, and the need to urgently deal with the backlog on the investigations into these matters, it would be that the reportable irregularity that we've raised around the backlog of forensic cases, that maybe together with the board and with the minister, there is more urgent intervention in terms of ensuring that those particular MRs are closed. The reportable irregularity that we've also raised around investigation of instances of irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Those are the areas that between the board, the executive authority, and through your own oversight and monitoring as the committee, those are the areas that could then get attention. There's also been questions around the credibility of financial statements. And again, there we've raised a reportable irregularity, and we believe that the committee can play a role in terms terms of working with the board and the minister in addressing those particular matters. Around the question of the sustainability of the profits, I think if you look at profit, it's normally a concept of two things. One is the revenue generation and the other one is cost optimization. So if Eskom is going to ensure that their profitability is sustainable in the long term, it's going to need to address the issue of how they maximize their revenue as well as how they maximize their they optimize their cost. And ultimately, the areas that have been highlighted in the going concern, particularly around the material uncertainty, the monitoring around the mitigation strategies that have been put in place by the board, that is what is going to sustain the financial viability of Eskom in the long run. With that, Honorable Chairperson, I do believe that we have covered the majority of the questions that have been raised. We do believe that in the different governance structures within Eskom, through the internal audit, through the audit committee, through the board, and the commitment from the minister, that these matters can indeed be raised, and there needs to be a level of accountability that is driven to ensure that we don't come back next year and report on the same matters that we have reported in the current year, or at least we see a sustainable improvement. With that, Honorable Chair, I'm going to hand over back to you, and we'll close our session here unless there's any further questions from the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AG's office. Because we are still going to continue with also our entity that is Eskom, and we thought that it will take 1 hour, but it doesn't matter. We have exhausted asking questions from you. Then we are going to engage Eskom in some of other things. And you are released. Thanks ever so much once more. We really appreciate your time. We'll make it a point that we continue with Eskom. What makes us to be happy is that when we ask questions, the Eskom is able to hear what is it that is our concern in terms of all what is happening at Eskom. Thank you very much. You are excused. Thanks ever so much. Till we meet again.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And thank you for the time. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
You. Ariko?
Recording in progress.
Yes, Chair.
The next
Eskom
item
now.
is Eskom's briefing.
Yes,
because we still have another item of summer briefing. Eskom?
They're going to present one time, Chair. They're going to present on the integrated annual report and then the summer outlook.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's better to do that way, and then we interact with the presentation once and for all.
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Eskom, over to you. You can introduce yourselves, or the leader of the delegation can introduce other members in their team.
Thank you so much, Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy. My name is Mteto Nyati. I am the chairperson of Eskom. Together with me here, I've got the Group Chief Executive of Eskom, Mr. Dan Marukane. I also have the Chief Financial Officer of Eskom, Mr. Caleb Kasim. And I also have the board member of Eskom, who is responsible for the audit committee, Fatima Ghani, and the entire leadership of Eskom. All of the Eskom executive committee members are sitting here with us. I will be kicking off the session, then handing over to Mr. Marukane, who is our CEO, who will then take us, next page, who will then take us, next page, who will then take us, he will then also hand over to Elid Kasim. Then throughout we'll be covering the two actions that you asked us to cover, which is the Eskom annual report, the summer plan, and the recovery plan, the generation recovery plan. So with that, Honorable Chair, I would like to kick off, if I may.
Okay, just before that, thank you very much, Mr. Mteto. Can we request you to switch off the video now so that you are able to put up and flight the presentation and for proper connection? We can see that you are not robots. We see you. We understand it. Thank you very much. You can continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. So I'm going to go through my presentation now. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy, honorable members of the committee, board colleagues, and Eskom executives, good afternoon. On behalf of Eskom, thank you for the invitation to appear before the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy. We always value the opportunity to be in your presence and provide an account of our business operations. On the 30th of September 2025, we presented our annual results for the 2025 financial year to the public. We were delighted to announce that our collective effort have resulted in Eskom's return to profitability for the first time in 8 years, achieving a profit after tax of 16 billion rand, a story of progress. I would like to underline the collective effort because you played a significant role also in helping us to be where we are today. Almost 3 years ago, it was the Parliament of South Africa that approved the Eskom Debt Relief, and that Eskom Debt Relief Act has helped us to focus on reducing our debt. And that debt relief had a specific condition that it should not be used for operations, it should be used to address debt. So the reason why I'm emphasizing this, because people may confuse the performance of Eskom in terms of this profit that we're announcing as if it's something that was largely driven by the debt relief. The debt relief's purpose is to reduce debt, and the impact on the current financial year is the reduction in the interest charge to Eskom. And for a board that wants results, we are encouraged by this development and has greatly bolstered stakeholder and investor confidence. We note that some commentators have delved into the technical detail of our profit, often suggesting it resulted solely from the government debt relief, from the tax adjustment and accounting gains, with assumption that the results do not reflect long-term structural operational improvements. Our presentation will show a breakdown of key contributors to this achievement, which will include business efficiencies and improved performance, resulting in less reliance on diesel generators, what we refer to as the OCGTs. We are encouraged by the fact that most South Africans now understand that the performance of Eskom as we see it today is a result of a systematic and deliberate approach which started with a simple and a logical approach, the board conducting a deep dive to understand the systemic issues that this company was facing. The tough and yet honest engagements culminated in a 2-year generation recovery plan, which is now yielding the desired results that South Africans are happy to see. In our summer outlook, covering the period of 1st of September 2025 to the 31st of March 2026, we forecasted a no load shedding as a result of structural improvements in the generation of electricity. The summer plan remains valid. We have lived up to this commitment so far. South Africans continue to enjoy a reliable electricity supply. The bold and unambiguous projection was a result of the implementation of a generation recovery plan, which we approved as the Eskom board in March 2023. Since March 2023, the generation recovery plan has brought back a total of 7,800 megawatts of capacity. That is equivalent to 7 stages of load shedding. The real reason why load shedding is largely behind us. The sustained technical improvements have ensured a reliable power supply, meeting more than 97% of electricity demand since the beginning of the financial year. Next page. South Africa has experienced no load shedding since 15 May 2025, with only 26 hours of load shedding recorded between the 1st of April 2025 and now. Recently, the month-to-date energy availability factor has reached a 75% mark, moving us closer to achieving our EAF target, energy availability factor target. We are on the right track to returning Eskom to high performance. The team will delve into the details in the presentation, but I want to use this opportunity and restate what it means for the country to have a functional Eskom. Why Eskom turnaround matters for South Africans. Eskom's turnaround is not just about the balance sheet. It is about South Africans' well-being, economic growth, and prosperity. Reduced load shedding and a more reliable power supply mean fewer disruptions at home, at work, in schools, and in healthcare facilities. Families and businesses spend less on generators and alternative power generating sources when power is more stable. A stable power supply means South Africa is investable. Reliable electricity underpins economic growth, boosts investor confidence, and enables entrepreneurship and small businesses to thrive. In FY25, Eskom received a qualified audit showing improvements from the previous year. When we last presented to this committee, we shared that Eskom was implementing a 3-year audit recovery plan. This was implemented from the 1st of January 2025. The results of this audit shows only the 3 months of the execution of this audit recovery plan. And when we're presenting to you, we were very clear that there are no quick fixes to the interventions that we were taking. At the end of FY26, we would have had a full year implementation of the audit recovery plan. We expect a significant improvement when we announce our results next year. At this point, I want to express sincere thanks to fellow board members, Eskom executives, and employees who remain resolute in restoring Eskom, rebuilding trust, restoring public confidence to create a better environment in society for all. We are also grateful for the unwavering and demonstrable support from the Minister of Electricity and Energy, who devoted his time to Eskom and the people of South Africa. His investment of time and energy to connect with the issues on the ground, address the country's broader energy challenges, is welcome with gratitude. We further welcome and appreciate the oversight responsibility or role of the various portfolio committees, such as this portfolio committee. This is more apt for a state-owned enterprise and a good corporate citizen such as Eskom. We should not forget all the South Africans who have been patient and had to endure some discomfort as we faced our challenges head on. Early today, the minister in the presidency announced the new Eskom board. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the following board members who will be stepping down from the board. It's Ayanda Mafuleka, Bekin Chalinjali, Dr. Claudel von Eck, Fatima Gani, who is on this call, Leslie Mkabela, and Traiposa Ramano. None of these members applied to be members of the Eskom board. They were asked to serve their country at a time of crisis. They have served their country with distinction. They are leaving behind an Eskom that is in a much better position than they found it. That we call stewardship. It is something that we should all aspire to do, ensuring perpetual progress. Honorable members, we remain committed to making bold and difficult decisions that will ensure that Eskom fulfills its commercial and developmental mandate and regain its reputation as a trusted and a credible electricity supplier. We will continue to address the persistent systemic challenges like what we've highlighted when it comes to audit, and continue to apply and drive with the kind of discipline like we have implemented in the execution of the Generation Recovery Plan. On this note, I would like to take this opportunity to reassure you of our commitment to the people of South Africa. We fully understand and appreciate Eskom's role in the economy of our country and the livelihood of every South African. We concede that the road ahead is long. Yes, we know that. However, the positive operational and financial results lay a solid foundation for an Eskom's long-term sustainability. I thank you. Through you, Chair, I would like to then invite our Group Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Denmark Kani, to address us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I also appreciate what you have said. We also wish farewell to those members of the board that you mentioned. Thank you. Over to you, Dennis.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to honorable members of the committee. Good afternoon to fellow South Africans who may have joined online. Chair, the presentation today will be covered by myself and three of my other colleagues. I will lead the charge in terms of the overview. I intend to invite the head of generation also to cover one or two of the slides, and also the head of distribution transmission, which is the NTCSA, prior to handing over to our CFO to deal with the details of the finances. As indicated earlier, Chair, we've been asked to cover both topics of the summer plan and then also the aspects of our integrated report that we presented on the 30th. So we've shared with the committee members the detailed set of slides, and we have taken slides out of those two sets to create a deck that will make it easier for us to stay within the allocated time. We are, however, happy to deal with questions later on that cover any of the slides that we may not have spoken to or shown. I start the presentation, Chair, with this one slide that shows the executive team of Eskom Holdings as it stands today. We've had a number of encounters with this committee, Chair, and at the time we indicated that having diagnosed the challenges within the business, which essentially pertain to stabilizing and recovering our operations, implementing the unbundling directive in terms of the unbundling of Eskom Holdings and driving reforms, and also dealing with the aspects of positioning the business for a future competitive landscape. It was very clear that we needed to augment the capacity and capability that we had at an executive level. I'm happy that as we speak, we've been able to capacitate our team as indicated, and this capacitation was completed by the end of the calendar year, financial year 2025, which is the year that we're now reporting for. So at most, many of the members on this picture joined the organization between October 2024 and March 2025. It is important, Chair, that this be borne in mind because it then starts to put into perspective some of the activities that we said we were going to do. When we met with this committee at the presentation of our last results, we indicated that the presentation and the audit was completed just before the 20th of December, 2024. Immediately when we came back from the summer break, we embarked on a 3-year program, excuse me, that essentially is what we term the audit recovery program. We had said that we are going to be intentional about it. We are going to drive it systemically and hard as we drove the generation recovery plan, and we'll establish routines within the business to get us to a level of internal controls that befit the organization that we are tasked with leading. The results that you see today indicate interventions that were extended or interventions that were implemented over a 3-month period in January, February, and March prior to the commencement of the audit. We are very comfortable that the momentum that has been established is talking to the ambitions that we have of seeing the changes that we want to see. Kelly will touch on them. In this team, we also have members that are focusing on aspects that are beyond the day-to-day activities, aspects that deal with the Eskom of the future, the expansion of our renewables portfolio on a scale never seen before or that we never got an opportunity to participate in. Whilst we are addressing and sustaining the performance of our generation fleet, as the Chair indicated, we've now had consistent run in the last month at the average EAF of 70%. We're also addressing the pain points that are visiting some of our customers, a load reduction in the distribution business, aspects of unit debt and finding innovative solutions to address those, and activities that drive towards the eradication of revenue losses from illegal connections. We have noticed that our execution of capital projects require some investments in terms of resources and skills, and we are rebuilding that capability within the group. From an IT perspective, we have had to refocus a little bit closely in as far as the IT-OT interface is concerned by bringing the requisite skills, which skills are helpful in as far as addressing one of the known issues of the online vending system, the illegal token generation that we've spoken about. It is that illegal token generation program that essentially, or process that essentially delayed our last audit, and as a result of its being surfaced to the extent that we have in the last financial year, has led to some of the increases in terms of losses due to fraud and theft within the business. It is something that has been in the business. It was surfaced sufficiently last year, and we have taken it head on. We are not where we want to be with it, but we're getting there. So I wanted to share the capability of this EXCO team and the thinking behind its compilation and what its focal point is going forward. So for the year under review, if you go to the next slide, it is a year that, in our view, has demonstrated the business resilience and commitment to recovery. It is a good platform for us to initiate a positive spiral that has returned us to profitability, but it's also a sound base for us to build on. In all respects, many of the indicators that I share here and will be shared also later really point towards improvements that needs to be sustained and focal points that needs to be perhaps deepened in some aspects. As we speak, and up to the point we compiled this report at the end of September 2025 in preparation for your engagement, we are standing at more than 96, 97% on average throughout that period of load shedding free days. It is a stats that we want to put behind us and be in a space where we don't have to be counting it anymore. It is also a year under review where we saw an increase in terms of the kilometers of additional lines that were constructed together with transformer capacity. This number we know is not where it needs to be, given the target of 14,000 kilometers that we need to build. It does show improvement year on year as we ramp up the supply chain to ready it for operating at an optimum point. This year, the target is up. It's in the middle of 450 or so kilometers, and we are comfortable that the NTCSA colleagues will deliver on it. We are all working hard to ensure that we oil the system from supply chain, from environmental permits, and all aspects that makes a smooth execution possible at the rate that we need to be at. We are able to provide that visible performance of keeping the lights on because our EAF on average improved year on year from the 55 of the previous year to the 60, and as indicated in the last month, we've had month to date EAF at 70%. And we're now entering the phase of our maintenance in the summer. We are quite comfortable that the capacity will help us see this performance through in the next 4 months. We added 800 megawatts of Kusile 5. We synchronized Unit 6, but now we can also say that we've added Unit 6 megawatts as well, because we have now entered commercial operation of the entire station, leading to the milestone of closing the big build from a coal station perspective. We've added 83,000 new electrification connections. These are South Africans who had never had the opportunity of electricity, and this remains our focal point towards our universal access. 5.6 million meters were recorded, KRN 1 to KRN 2. You recall the long queues of the campaign that was successfully resolved by the end of November in 2024. And we have also introduced or installed 800,000 smart meters throughout the country. It is the smart meters that will be a useful tool in enabling us to reduce and eliminate ultimately the impacts of load reduction, and Agnes will cover on that. We've had a very stable network from a distribution perspective. We've had some challenges in the transmission network, and we know what causes those, and we are attending to them because our NTCSA colleagues are also embarking on a maintenance regime on a scale and structure as we have done successfully with our generation fleet. We still see significant losses, 15 terawatt hours of losses due to electricity theft, and this is becoming a single focal point from a distribution business perspective. Our performance from a safety perspective is within the range that we had set ourselves. We have, however, lost 3 lives, and no life should be lost within our business, and hence our continued focus of the work stoppages where necessary, to improve on our attitude towards ensuring that every of the employees returns home safely. We've seen performance improvement in our environmental parameters, Chair, and this is expected as the deepening of our maintenance continues, because then that allows us to really get back into the right range. We anticipate to be fully below within our targets in the current financial year. I must also indicate that whilst we are dealing with all these operational issues of improving internal controls, driving operational recovery, dealing with aspects of prepaid meters recording, we also operationalize the NTCSA as part of unbundling. So we've been a business that is really busy on all fronts in line with the mandate that we have. I just want to now hand over to Becky, who will emphasize some of the key takeaways from our generation performance, which also covers aspects of why our forecast for the summer is one that says we should experience no load shedding below 15,000 megawatts of unplanned losses. Becky?
Yeah, thank you very much, Group Chief Executive. Good afternoon, Chair and the committee members, Eskom Board Chair and the board members present, and the colleagues from Exco and the topic. Chair, this slide here talks to what both the Group Chief Executive and the Chairman of the Board have talked to. The 2-year program that the board approved in 2023. And you will see by these numbers in terms of the highest numbers of load shedding on the first slide there on the left-hand side, that's where the OCGTs are. While we were busy with an intensified recovery plan during that same period, Chair, you will notice then that the year under review, the utilization of the gas turbines have dropped by over 45% to the numbers that you see there, with only 13 days of load shedding. That shows the significance and the start of the results of the work that has been done over the same period. And then with the year to date, you will see that we've got only 4 days, which is equivalent to only 26 hours. And I think it's something that we have taken lessons from it in terms of what has happened this year. And then on the top side, you see that the graph, the recovery there from the highest numbers of over 16,000, some days it was going to 19 on availability to just around 11,000, and it continuously to drop. And I think at the bottom side of the first slide, what is critical also there is that some of the key numbers of this recovery was the unit at Kusile and Medupi, which is Medupi Unit 4, that was also returned during this period. So as the 2 units at Kusile, which Kusile Unit 6 now being the last unit of our build program, that we have just put into commercial operations within 6 months from the first synchronization. And I think, Chair, that also signifies the lessons that our team have taken since we first synchronized Unit 6 at Medupi up to where we are now with this build program, that these units, they go to full load quite quickly now, and the team experience having grown with what is happening, which is all well with what we are doing. Next slide. I think share this slide to just talk to the scenarios that for this summer plan as well, what we are focusing as well, and what has happened with the previous this financial year as well, that with the 26 hours that I've spoken to. And then we've seen that since those 26 hours of the 2 load shedding, which was mostly over the evening peak during April and May, that it shows that with all the other machines that we've been bringing back, we are now in a better position. Let's go to the next one. This slide, Chair, it also built up to the summer plan that we have shared with the country. You will notice on the left-hand side, if we compare the same period, how we entered the summer period last year and how we entering this year now, from 50 gigawatts to 51.4, being the 2 units of our build program, the 2 Unit 4, that has returned from the major incident that we had. So as Busile Unit 6 that is commercialized. This is 1,400 megawatts energy that we're getting into this summer with. And the good thing as well, these 2 stations are actually now delivering in line with the expectations of the newer unit as well. So that gives us a good confidence that the work that the team at the and Busile have done now with our project team is giving us the results. The unplanned is at around 8 gigs as well, given that we have done most of the units now. So we are starting to return to normality in terms of what we need to do as well. I've spoken about the unplanned losses, and then also working with our colleagues from distribution on the demand management side as well. To that continue to be the focus as we move towards the summer. Let's move to the next one. Chair, having discussed this, you will see that the numbers now, as we were working together with the system operator, given what I've just described, that we now see that at the base case of 13,000 unavailability, we will not have load shedding. And then also at the base case by 1,000 that the system operator used to test stress our plans, we still don't foresee any load shedding for this summer. So even at 15,000, that is also the shift from what we had last year. Like I said, the bigger 2 units that have come through as well is giving us that 4,000. And the chair, the other thing I haven't mentioned here is that to recall the past 3 winters, we've been going through both winter and summer with only 1 Quebec unit. So this summer, which also going to give us a good cover, we are going to go through this summer with both units at Quebec. We are on the final stage with Unit 1 now after having done all the work of commissioning. So it should be, in Quebec, it becomes also critical because one of the key issues that we had last summer was this El Nino effect with excessive rainfalls as well. So Quebec, by its nature, it does not get impacted as much. So our risk assessment is also counting on that Quebec unit, both of them running this summer. So let's move on to the next slide. I think this slide, Chair, is the slide that we have shared with this committee from the start of the recovery plan. This is the summary of what the board approved. And we wanted to also show that, like the chairman of the board said, this is not the results that come from any other thing. There were specific actions that was put in place, which we have then been executing quite diligently with the team in generation across the fleet, supported by Exco and all our Eskom colleagues, and the board supporting us. So, Chair, I think the key critical, apart from Medupi and Busile, during the same period, we have managed to replace the steam generators at Quebec for both units as well, with 1 unit having now extended for 40 years. These are all the issues that was giving us lower capacity, but now we have both units have been replaced with the steam generators. We are now awaiting the regulator decisions on the second unit. But the good story here, Chair, is that we have executed what we have promised, and then it shows that what the board has approved was the correct strategy that needed us to execute quite diligently, and the result is starting to show. Now for us is to maintain this and embed this operational excellence across our fleet. Thank you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Vicky. Chair and honorable members, the next slide is our capturing of the impact that the work that's really been delivered in the year under review is having on the financial results, the business confidence, and the prospects of economic growth for the country overall. And we share here some anecdotes of businesses that have, in the year under review themselves, have then really seen a turnaround and good performance financially in their own operations. We understand this, and this is the reason why we are quite obsessed with the need for us as a business to deliver on our mandate. We also understand that beyond these businesses that prosper when we deliver at the level that we have, we are also improving on the prospects of a positive investment attitude from a country perspective. We engage on a regular basis with credit rating agencies that are looking at the country and looking at us. We know of their sentiments, and they give us that feedback, and you yourselves as members do pick that up, that when we perform at the level that we do, we increase positivity with respect to the investment grade that the country has overall. And for that reason, we take our work very seriously. So what are we going to be doing next? If we look at the next slide, our focus, as Becky said, is to sustain the gains that we have made in a generation recovery plan. So staying around that 70% average EAF is where we want to be, but we want to intensify the delivery of the transmission development plan to unlock more capacity of generation from the distal peripheral areas, especially for the renewables. Alongside that, we want to tackle the issue of electricity theft, illegal connections and illicit tokens that undermine service delivery. There's some aspects that are fully within our control, and we appreciate the help that we have from the law enforcement authorities who are working and continue to work with us closely. We have to tackle this issue of electricity theft. It is a scourge on the country, and it requires all of us contribution and assistance in particular. We have developed the distribution agency agreements to enable a way of working closely with municipalities that are defaulting on their payments towards Eskom. We see this being as a win-win for us. It can help us to retard the growth in the Munich debt, but it also allows us to help capacitate the municipalities to be able to eventually run their affairs in a manner that is sustainable. Chair, we are eagerly awaiting the publication of the Integrated Resource Plan 2025. It is eminently about to be finalized, and we will accordingly line ourselves up to help deliver it on behalf of ensuring energy security and transition from a country perspective. On the one hand, on a long-term basis, our focus remains on legal separation. We have said so, that we have separated the transmission business into NTCSA. We have also informed you previously as this committee that the timing of the implementation of the distribution and bundling is highly dependent on the resolution of the Munich debt, because that undermines the solvency and liquidity test for that business to be an unbundled entity. And so our efforts in working with other stakeholders, National Treasury, SALGA, are really intended to help us see through the aspect of unbundling as well. We are very supportive and continue to work with all stakeholders in ensuring that the market transition, as envisaged, happens on a rules-based approach. Nowhere in the world have we had reforms of the type that we want to implement being done without rules and updates on policies and regulations, and we should not allow South Africa to be the first to experiment in this particular manner. The risks to the country are too ghastly to contemplate, and we need to all to be measured and understand that the process of policy updates, rules creation may be an iterative process as well. We are very supportive and supporting the process of ensuring that the wholesale electricity market comes into being next year. We know as a business that the pressure is on us to ensure that tariff increases remain below single digits in the first instance and are optimized going forward. When we look at the integrated resource plan from an Eskom perspective, we look at an approach that really balances the risk in as far as the carbon transition is concerned, the low carbon energy mix transition is concerned, and we are very conscious of the fact that the realities and the pragmatism that talks to the realities of the country needs to also come into consideration there. So I just want to pause here, Chair, and invite Agnes Mlambo, Group Executive for the distribution business, to tackle the one key issue specifically that is around managing the elimination of load reduction as still experienced in some parts of our society.
Thank you, GCE. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. On the screen is the view of the concentration of load reduction at national level. And you can see that up north, we have both Mpumalanga and Limpopo that are heavily hit by the load reduction. And but however, in the first 3 months of this financial year, we are able to show some progress on how we have reduced the load reduction or the areas that have been affected by load reduction. Even to date, there is more improvement, particularly in those areas that we are focusing on, which is in the up north. We have been called and been requested that now that we have dealt with load shedding, that we focus and put in as much energy in resolving the load reduction. And of course, for us to be able to resolve the load reduction, there are a couple of things that we need to deal with. One of them is to remove or formalize the illegal connections. And for now, we're estimating it to be just over 500,000. And if we're able to do that by March 2026, that will make a difference. And I'll show how the plan is. We've been asked to reduce or rather eliminate this load reduction in 2 years. And we've committed that we should be able to do that in 18 to 2 years, removing the illegal connections. And because of the illegal connection activities in our network, there would be some damages that we're going to have to deal with in our network. And as we roll out the smart meters, we will obviously be required to also upgrade that infrastructure, as well as deal with the illegal vending with those meters that are buying from the ghost vendors. This will then mean that with those illicit tokens that would have already been created and they are out there, once we replace those meters, we will be able to make sure that those illicit tokens that may be floating, that they will not be accepted by the smart meters. I just want to also go back to the issue of the illegal connections, that we can only be successful to formalize or to normalize those illegal connections if the people are on a legal land. If they're in an area that they're not supposed to be in, unfortunately, the only thing that you can do is to remove the illegal connections and leave them unelectrified. But we do work with the municipalities closely to make sure that we are able to navigate those challenges. And then, of course, the one area that is of concern to us is the access and the registration process of the free basic electricity to our people. And as part of that rollout, that will be one of the areas that we're going to deal with in making sure that those do qualify. One, the process is easier and we do it at the same time that we're doing the smart meters. And by the time we leave the feeder or the area, we know that we'd have addressed all those issues, and therefore it should make it possible for us to be able to eradicate a load reduction, because we would have dealt with the risk of overloading of our network. And just on the smart meters, it gives us the ability to see the behavior of the customers at individual level. Currently, we can see the overloading at area level, and that is why we implement load reduction at area level. So we will still be able to do some load limiting, and we call it load limiting because we are dealing it at individual level. But again, it will be only with those customers that are inducing a higher demand, or they have fiddled with our meters by bypassing them and then obviously connecting all sorts of other things that the infrastructure is not built for, and then we'll be able to deal with those customers at individual level. Just go back, go to the next slide where we are showing how we are going to achieve the plan over the 2 years. So the first one also obviously talks to where we are at this point in time. And then in phase one, we are planning to deal with phase one being by March 2026, which is the end of this financial year, 210 areas of feeders. And if we do that and we are able to achieve that, would have eradicated a load reduction in those provinces where the percentages are low, being Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Northern Cape, as well as Northwest. And then the later part of the year, which will be the big bulk of the rest of the feeders, will be able to resolve them by the end of the following financial year. Just again, to contextualize the number of the feeders that are affected, which is the 941, it is about 1.5 million of our customers that are affected or that are experiencing a load reduction when everyone else is not experiencing any power cuts because we have dealt with a load shedding. I think that next slide. That concludes the meter.
Yeah. At this point, Chair, we invite the CEO of NTCSA to just touch base on the progress and focus in the area of the transmission work.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Group CE, Mola Mamawi, to Honorable Mvana and the members. Just on the NTCSA.
Molo, Tata.
Mola Mam. Yeah, from the side of NTCSA, we have been given the task of executing this ambitious program for the country called the Transmission Development Plan. It aims to, we aim to build about 14,500 kilometers in the next 10 years. So we have demonstrated how we are going to be ramping up in terms of our execution. The first 2 years really is to set ourselves up for the for the major increase in terms of our line construction capacity. Just to give some insights, in the last financial year, we built 296 kilometers versus a target of 286. In this current financial year, we need to build 423 kilometers. And so far, we're sitting at 108 kilometers. We are accelerating that to make sure that we reach our target. We have made budget available of some 133 billion over the next 5 years, which will assist us to get the program really on the go. So how do we capacitate ourselves to achieve this? We have some enablement initiatives that we've put in place. We've appointed owners, engineers. We've got the panel of contractors. We've got our EPC and substation on lines and substation contracts. We have placed orders for some 101 transformers. We are running an incubation program to make sure that we've got execution capacity. This is really our line construction partners, which are contractors. We're running an incubation program of a number of them to make sure that they are able to take part in this program. Coupled with that, we're also running the ITP, the Independent Transmission Program. The RFQ was out in July. We are preparing. We're at the final stages of preparing for the request for proposals. So we're hoping to bring some other players into the space. What will this ambitious program do? We will be able to then connect some 34 gigawatts of additional generation into the system. This 34 current is made up of 15 gigawatts, which is currently sitting at cost estimate letters. Another 14, that is 14 gigawatts, that is at budget quote stage. We've issued some budget quotes and 4 are in execution. So if we do this, we should be able to then connect some 34 gigawatts of additional generation onto the system. Thank you, Dan. May I hand back to you?
Thank you, Monde. Chair, I just want to cover one more slide before we hand over to Caleb. We'll touch the financials in detail. We previously engaged with the committee and indicated that the work underway at Eskom is really focused on evolving this business to a more agile entity that can compete in the liberalized market that we are headed into. It has successfully unbundled NTCSA, and we are working on aspects that are required to ensure that we can do the same for the distribution business, the generation business. And we have also indicated that our own strategic choice going forward has led to us establishing this Eskom Green entity that will participate in the renewables space as a form of generation going forward. And this forms part of our own transition pathway in as far as our horizon towards 2050 is concerned. Under these entities, we have begun tackling some aspects of the service offerings. You may have seen, and you have heard in the presentation, the focus around smart meter rollout. You have also seen probably in the public our campaigns around EV infrastructure and adoption of those within our business. We are looking at a number of other new services that we are able to do based on the asset base that we have and the competency of the 42,000 guardians that continue to drive the performance that we are seeing. We are ready to support the IRP to the extent that we have a nuclear capacity that needs to be built. We are redoing the environmental impact assessment for the power station in Richards Bay, and we are continuing studies for the next pump hydro scheme that is going to be necessary for balancing the grid as more and more renewables penetrate. So, Chair, I thought I should leave this context so that the members can understand that much as we are fixing the today, our focal point remains steadfast on really transitioning to a future that ensures this 102-year organization remains relevant going forward. I'll stop here and hand over to Caleb, who will deal with all aspects that talks to our financial overview. He'll touch on the audit opinion issues and then also deal with unpacking what is really driving the numbers that you have seen and that we have reported on. Caleb.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So I think just to reiterate what the GCE has said, following the late conclusion of FY24's financials on the 19th of December 2024, when we came back, we launched and commenced the audit recovery plan. So what that diagram, that pie chart is showing that as part of that launch, we really focused on the audit findings. Yes, we know it was very late in the process, and I think Honourable Paulson mentioned that comment. But what we've managed to do as an organization is that all the findings since 2021 up until 24, because we get the report now on 25, and we'll add it to that portfolio of findings. We as management have the view that 90% of those will have been closed. And as Mr. Dennis from Deloitte indicated, as they commence now the next audit, they will review that. But more importantly, the part that I need to underscore, similarly to the Eskom generation recovery, this is a priority now at the board level as well as the ExCo. And this committee, as it says on the slide, is chaired by the GCE. But before it gets to that level, I chair a committee just with all the finance people that we make sure that we are tracking all the audit findings across the organization. So I think one of the comments, I think, from the AG and the auditors was the audit recovery plan is not solved at the center. It's solved across the business across the 42,000 people. And similarly, like how we contributed to the generation recovery. Yes, generation and Becky Nomalo drove it, but he had the support of all the services in the organization. And like this recovery says, these are 3-year plan. We don't stop at the audit findings. We know, as the report says, and members have highlighted, we really need to strengthen that environment, the internal control environment, in terms of, firstly, making sure we can account for the funds, the public funds that we do receive via the electricity consumers, or what we receive via government support in whatever form it does take. So we're recognizing that as critical, and as our GC has said, we believe also the fact that we finished and produced the results 3 months earlier this time around, we have a better window and a longer 6 months to prepare for the next audit come March 26. But again, like the journey says, we need to see a significant improvement. We are not saying that we're going to solve the qualification by FY26. That is why it's a 3-year window, but we're doing our utmost to address those issues. If I just touch on the qualifications that we received, yes, we've removed the qualification with regard to fruitless and wasteful compared to the previous year, but the 2 big remaining ones are irregular expenditures and losses due to criminal conduct. Let me just touch on the irregular expenditure. Yes, it's the qualifications in terms of our documentation and the completeness and the accuracy of that. But if we just look at during FY25, the amount of irregular expenditure recorded in the year was 1.5 billion rand, of which there are 2 components. Those transactions that relate to continuing operations, which was 1 billion rand of the 1.5, and new transactions incurred in the year that were irregular totaled 500 million, of which I think it corresponds and correlates to about 16 transactions, which again shows the trend, and what we've been doing as management across the group is improving, and we definitely want to not record any irregular expenditure going forward. But this is down from the previous year's number of 5.6 billion rand, just to highlight that. In terms of the reportable irregularities, as the questions from the members, a lot of it relates to the environmental requirements in terms of legislation. Yes, we have plans and progress to address that, but it does take time to address those compliance issues. And in fact, to sum up, the other categories really relate to, firstly, around contract management and procurement, around those elements, as well as the issue around consequence management and dealing with investigations in terms of a timely basis. And the GC here has touched on that in terms of what we've done. We've consolidated our group investigations and security. We introduced a project management office, as well as helping to capacitate that unit with more resources. But to address these issues, we have to also work with law enforcement agencies, and some of these investigations do take time, but we acknowledge the importance of it and how to close these things out as quick as possible. And then if you look at the last issue that was raised of importance in terms of the audit, was the material uncertainty around our going concern. And important to touch on here is the support we've received from government and through the support of yourselves, honourable members, the debt relief, of which in the last financial year we received 64 billion rand, and in the previous year, the first year of the debt relief, 76 billion. Importantly, Eskom is in compliance with those conditions. We report regularly to National Treasury, and then as we receive those drawdowns, they come in the form of a loan, which does attract interest, And then once we demonstrate that the conditions are met, we make an application via the shareholder to National Treasury to convert it into equity. We have been in compliance with that, and to date, all the drawdowns have been approved by National Treasury and the Minister of Finance to convert that into equity. And you will see the benefit of this coming through and benefiting in terms of our financial position, but also, as our chairman has said, rightly so, as your debt is reduced, you're going to see the benefit come through in terms of that interest saving when you look at the income statement of 5 billion rand. And again, as we continue with the debt relief, Eskom is making every effort also not to go and raise debt unnecessary in the market. All we are doing is drawing down on existing facilities to further reduce that interest cost that comes through the income statement. So if we move on, and then other than the government support, the other issue which is key relates to municipal debt and distribution energy losses, which I'll touch on a bit later, and then also the issue around the tariff and how does that contribute to our top line and, more importantly, to our sustainability, which I'll elaborate a bit more going forward. Just to note that between FY 24 and 25, we were able to close out 2 reportable irregularities at the end of March 25. If we go on to the next slide, and I think the GC has touched a lot on the headlines in terms of our performance. The point I just want to highlight here that at the end of the day, yes, we recognize that we've received the SARS rebate of 9.2 billion rand. And the other element that then takes that to a 12 billion impact benefit on the income statement is because then we had a provision of 2.8 billion, which we reverse. That gives you the net impact of a 12 billion rand benefit, which I will touch on in the next slide and explain the whole issue around our profitability. If you go to the next slide, and how sustainable is it? So I think first and foremost is obviously we know we had a tariff increase of 12.7%, and that is contributing to that revenue bar of 45 billion. But one must also appreciate that because of the reduction in load shedding and the better supply, we do have a year-on-year growth in terms of sales of 3.5%. Now, as a contribution, when you take the selling price and you remove the average production cost of that growth of 3.5%, which is some 7 terawatt hours in our sales, that gives us a net contribution positive to this 16 billion of 8 billion rand. So I think what I'm highlighting here, just the operational turnaround is a positive contribution to that 16 billion profit. Yes, we got the 12 billion from the SARS income in terms of the 9.2 and the reversal. But I think one must also, and I spoke about the 5 billion on the finance costs that benefit us to contribute. But there's also negative impacts in terms of the 16 billion profit that we're seeing, which is a component and linked to some of the other underlying key challenges in terms of Eskom's financial performance, in terms of its liquidity. Now, importantly, in that top line of the revenue that we are showing of 341 billion rand, like I think Mr. Dennis from Deloitte highlighted, because of the risk of collectability and unique debts growing from 75 to 96 billion year on year, we from an accounting perspective have to only record that revenue in our top line once we collect the cash. So in FY25, Eskom could not recognize 12 billion of that revenue due to the basis that we didn't receive the cash. And that is a growth from the previous year of 9 billion rand. So So I think one must also appreciate that 12 billion nullifies the 12 billion of the once-off from the benefit of the SARS positive impact. But it doesn't stop there. I think we also need to look at the other red on this bar, which is the 13.1 billion in terms of net fair value losses. And if you look on that income statement, two components that are contributing to that, you will see there just below operating profit before interest and tax, before finance costs. We went from a positive 2.6 billion in FY24 to this negative 10.4 billion in FY25. And that's linked to, in terms of our debt and our whatever risk management agreements we have in place, that created a negative movement in the financial year. And a large component of that 10 billion relates to embedded derivatives based on these special agreements. And as those prices in terms of exchange rates and commodities move negatively in reference to the standard price, we have seen a negative impact in the financial year of 10.5 billion. And is also just above the other operating costs, an impairment loss as well as write-downs of 7.6 billion. So I think when one looks at Eskom sustainability and profitability going forward, we need to take into account the positive contribution from the higher sales, but also if other dynamics and economic parameters go in Eskom's favor going forward, then you won't see this negative, maybe a smaller impact in terms of that net fair value losses of 13 billion rand. But I think at the end of the day, when you look at a movement of going from a loss of 26 billion before tax to a profit of 24 billion rand, that's a 49 billion swing year on year. Even in stripping out the 12 billion from the source, yes, we know the tariff comes into play. You can clearly see that the operational improvement is coming through in terms of our bottom line, not underestimating the support we receive from government. I have always said that when you look at Eskom's finances, it's going to be the other side of the operational performance. We fully agree that there is more room for improvement, and that is why the board supports that we need to deliver on what we call a cost optimization and revenue enhancement program, which in the current corporate plan is 50 billion over the 5 years. But the board is not happy with that, and they've stretched us to say we need to double that to 112 billion rand in terms of making sure we can be much more sustainable on our own strength. But I have to touch on this point about the tariffs as well. From a tariff perspective, Eskom must be allowed to recover its operating and efficient costs like any organization, and we must get a sufficient revenue to cover our cost of capital. Currently, in terms of the regulatory formula, in this financial year, that return on assets is 4%. And then it migrates to 5% and 6%. Our cost of capital on average is sitting at about 11%. It's not sustainable. No IPPs out there are earning 4% and are producing a valid business case in front of their lenders. I thought it's important to impress upon that. We move on to the next slide. In terms of the volumes, I think I've touched on that. And again, from an Eskom perspective, we're not solely looking at tariffs. We also need to make sure we complement that top line in terms of other revenue products that Agnes and the team are looking at. But importantly, again, just to highlight, one of those elements, again, we touched on the distribution energy losses of some 15 terawatt hours. Now, as we look to implement mechanisms to reduce that energy loss percentage, and then which means we can then account in terms of contractually for further sales, and that will filter through in terms of positive revenue to our top line. At the moment, if you just calculate on those losses that we cannot account for at the average price, that would contribute in the region of some 28 billion rand. So there's opportunities there, but it is not easy because it includes illegal connections, tampering. We spoke about in terms of the tokens, and those are the initiatives and enhancements in terms of our processes going forward to address that situation. But I think critical, just to reiterate the importance of collecting from those municipalities so we can recognize the revenue in our top line. If we go on to the next slide, Chair. In terms of just looking at our primary energy, the point I want to highlight here, and again, it's not just the 12 billion reduction we got or the benefit we've got from the SARS rebate. All these unit costs are reflecting. And in the OCGT costs here, we don't bring into account the benefit that once off of the 12 billion rand. These are pure contractual agreements and prices that you can see all positive movements in terms of those different components, in terms of what is contributing to our production base as Eskom, with a small increase coming through on the renewable IPPs, appreciating you still have those earlier bid windows that are at very high prices, and then you obviously have some escalations coming through in terms of those agreements. But the bottom line is, yeah, that the average unit cost year on year from 24 to 25 has decreased by 8%. We go on to the next slide. So I just have to unpack the growth in the employee benefits of the 8.1 billion from the movement on the income statement. Across the organization, we implemented our cost of living adjustments, which on average was 7% across staff. That has come to an added 2.5 billion to our salary bill. And then, like any business, if you are performing operationally, financially, the staff need to be compensated. And the point I want to highlight here on the short-term incentives of 3.7 billion in FY25. First and foremost, this is not included in any tariff application to the regulator, either in the form of an MYPD application or in an RCA application. That's the first point. The second point on this, like the chairman has highlighted, the debt relief we receive is solely to service our debt commitments of those capital repayments and the interest, and that is not allowed for operating costs or to pay incentives. That was a clear condition. So that 3.7 billion is self-funded to the better performance as we reflected in that increase in profit before tax year on year of 40 billion. And then you've got the other components that come through explaining that growth in terms of your employee benefits. We move on to the next slide. This is just the government support. And again, you know, when I sit back and I look at where Eskom finds itself, and had we not received the 254 billion, and we know subsequently it's been reduced to 230 billion, that government support that was approved 3 years ago with your support has given Eskom the opportunity from a finance perspective to approve CapEx 3 years in advance and maintenance expenditure, because we did not have to stress for whether we can meet the debt service commitments when they become due, we would first need to raise the money before we can release any capex or maintenance. So having that runway provided by the government support allowed management, business, and the board and Eskom to focus on the recovery of generation and also now to focus on the network businesses as well. So it's critical that we continue and we conclude in terms of the remaining tranches of this government support in FY26. And then I think there's a 2-year gap with the last remaining 10 billion coming through. And from an Eskom perspective, again, in reducing and strengthening our balance sheet, we have no intention, and unless really required and we find something that is very favorable in terms of funding, we know during this period, if we had to go back and raise funding outside what we currently drawn down, we would need the support of National Treasury and the Minister of Finance. But in our corporate plan, we have no intention to borrow in FY26, nor in FY27, to allow us to further reduce the debt on our balance sheet and further reduce the finance costs on our income statement. We go on to the next slide. This can ultimately culminates in this improvement in terms of the financial health on the back of the better operating performance. Yes, the tariffs do contribute to that. However, I do mention some headwinds and negativity that comes through specifically around the non-payments. But you can see that in terms of debt service cover ratio, FY25, we've generated sufficient profits to cover your capital and your interest compared to 24.4. And if we look at another key ratio, your gross debt to EBITDA, that's sitting at 4.9. A year ago, it was sitting at 11.5 times. And at the peak, when Eskom really had a lot of debt on the balance sheet and the earnings was very low, that ratio was sitting at 15 times. From a sustainability level, we would like that gross debt to EBITDA to be less than 4 going forward. And then just to close out the movement of the debt on the balance sheet, we've moved from a 412 balance to a 373 billion balance, showing the repayment of debt with the government support of 46 billion. We're drawing down on existing facilities over multi-year. That's the 8.7. Some fair value adjustments negatively of 6 billion, and then some interest coming through during the course of the year. And then what does this mean in terms of that financial position? Just to highlight, with the support we're receiving, our liquidity assets at a group level has grown from 40 billion to 83 billion rand. Now, what does this allow us to do? It means the capital requirements in FY26 is effectively now funded from those cash reserves, so we don't borrow except for drawing down. And then importantly, as we continue with the debt relief, this is the reason why Eskom then doesn't borrow, and that was the intention as the debt relief was designed. Because as we go forward and we roll out the TDP and transition in terms of cleaner technologies and then roll out of smart meters, we want to borrow as little as possible with the whole intention from government that Eskom, you need to now sustain yourself on a standalone basis and not come back to government for further support. But you will see later, one of the key contributing factors for us to deliver that will be arresting and dealing with the municipal and metro areas. And then importantly, just to close out on this slide, you will see under the debt securities and borrowings, that's that reduction from 412 to 373 billion. But importantly, there's another line item that says loan from shareholder of 56,132 million. And what does that relate to? In the FY25, as part of the government support, we received in total 64 billion rand, with the first tranche being drawn down, I think, in Q1 of 8 billion rand. Literally, then what happens the following quarter, we go to National Treasury and the minister allows us to convert that to equity. The 56 billion, which was drawn down only in March because we don't want to attract interest, is still showing as a loan from shareholder. Obviously, subsequently in Q1 of FY26, that has been approved for converting into equity, just to close out that issue. And then there's the importance of provisions and liabilities that relate to nuclear decommissioning, to our coal requirements in terms of those plants when they come to an end, as well as the mines. Eskom now, where it finds itself, we are starting to also put away money in terms of those decommissioning requirements across those components. In total, it adds up to some 50 billion that's reflected in our balance sheet. And we're starting to put away money because these stations will come to an end and we'll have to address those decommissioning requirements. And that's another important factor for Eskom to be sustainable going forward. If we continue on the next slide, just the municipal debt, just highlighting that, yes, it's grown year on year by 27%, despite the current initiatives and National Treasury's mechanism to incentivize municipalities to pay their current accounts consecutively. And if they do that, we write off a third. In terms of that mechanism, I think only some 9 out of 71 municipalities are compliant, but we are engaging with National Treasury on how do we get better traction in terms of that. Currently, as I indicated, it's sitting at 103 billion. And you will see as we close, if this trend is not arrested, it just continues to increase. And I think, like the chairman has said, this will, if it continues, it's going to nullify the benefits that we see from the government support package that we received to date, and that's remaining over the next 2 years. We move on to the next slide. The next one is just reflecting the cash flow. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. It's self-explanatory, just that from your cash from operations, paying for the capital expenditure, receiving the government support to pay for your interest and your debt repayments, and then that drawdown of existing facilities left us at a company level of the 64 billion, but at a group level, the 80 odd billion that I mentioned. Go on to the next slide, Honorable Chair. So what does Eskom need to do in terms of maintaining the existing infrastructure across generation, NTCSA, and distribution, but also allowing for growth? You can see some 320 billion rand over the next 5 years of capital investment that is required. Clearly, NTCSA requires some 133 billion of that. With that ramp up from about 10 billion in FY26 to just under 39 billion in FY30. And then on the distribution side, you can see it's quite front-loaded with 9 billion, 12 billion, and 16 billion, reflecting the importance of rolling out our some 7.2 million smart meters across our customer base. And then generation needs to maintain its infrastructure. And then we also cater for the introduction of renewables and then looking to go into gas going forward. Those are significant investments, ramping up as a total from 52 billion to 69 billion in 2028 and 75 billion in 2030. We then go on to the next slide. This is just reflecting that where we would like our debt on that balance sheet to go. We believe that we need to get to a 300 billion and manage it at that level. you can clearly see as part of our borrowing program for the next 2 years, we will just draw down on existing facilities. And then we have in our corporate plan a borrowings of 25 billion for the last 3 years. Obviously, if we improve in terms of collections from municipalities, yes, we need to deliver on our own savings initiatives and revenue enhancements as an upside and dealing with some of those distribution losses. We would like to reduce or defer that first tranche of 25 billion rand drawdowns to further improve our financial position going forward. We go on to the next slide. I'm almost done, Chair. This is just saying that for Eskom to be sustainable, and we have presented this before, you need all 4 of these pillars to work in an integrated manner. What we see coming through, and it's clearly shown in our financial position, that the debt relief is helping us delever the balance sheet. Yes, the tariffs are not completely recovering our cost of capital, but yes, those increases have allowed us to cover a lot of our operating costs going forward. So there is improvement, but we're not yet there. We, as I mentioned, in terms of our own initiatives, need to deliver that. The one that keeps us awake, Chair, at night, and honorable members, is the municipal debt. If we don't resolve that, it's going to neutralize all the other components and affect Eskom's financial viability going forward. And then what we need to do on the next slide, we need to continue with the operational turnaround, with the transition to more sustainable and cleaner technologies as the organization. And then with that positivity and delivering on financial sustainability and predictability, we need our current investment grade on a standalone basis, which is sub-investment, some 3 notches. We need that to improve in the medium term. So when we do go back to the capital markets without the support of National Treasury in the form of guarantees, Eskom is able to borrow those 25 billion rands that we've highlighted on very good terms that are long-term in nature and very favorable rates to contribute to our sustainability going forward. And then in closing, if we look at where we are in last slide, FY26, we believe that from what we see in terms of that operational improvement, and as highlighted by Becky and the GC in terms of the summer outlook, you can see if I just link the EBITDA, and I'm trying to link this back to the question of profitability and sustainability that some of the members asked earlier on as you were wrapping up the AGSA discussion. You can see that our outlook at this point in time on an EBITDA number is anything between 85 to 95 billion, appreciating that you don't have this once-off 12 billion benefit. So what we're saying here, we are sustaining this trajectory of that EBITDA, and at that level, if we also help maintain and arrest the municipal debt, that it doesn't go to the 135 billion on a worst case. We try to keep it below the 120 billion. We believe that Eskom will be in a position to repeat the profitability results of this financial year. I want one disclaimer. This assumes there is no impairments that are linked in terms of looking at a future trajectory of tariffs in terms of what we can recover versus what the asset values are on the balance sheet. But from this position and from where we've come, you can even see that the financial position ratios are also positive. And with the debt relief allowing Eskom this window to again not borrow for another 2 years, and we deliver on our own cost initiatives and all the other initiatives, we believe this is definitely a much more sustainable position. We don't envisage going back, definitely, and we have no intention. We've already have the 230 billion, and we all know, members, even besides that, all other support cumulatively adds up to well over 450 billion rand. So we need to be now on a standalone basis going forward. But if we don't solve the municipal debt, that's going to be our Achilles heel. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eskom. And I think we appreciate your presentation, but I am sure that the honorable members would love to interact and engage yourselves in your presentation. Let me see and note the hands of the honorable members. Honorable Dring, you'll be the first, and Honorable Milem and Honorable Paulson for the first time. Then we will give.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm requesting that you are being followed by Honorable Milem and Honorable Paulson. Thank you. Continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to try to be brief, so I'll go straight to my questions. But again, appreciate the work that has been done by Eskom and the passion also that I'm kind of sensing to turn things around. And I think everybody would want for Eskom to certainly turn the corner for the benefit of the entire country. Having said that, Chair, Eskom has been named as the top employer for 2025 with some 43,030 employees. But regrettably, over the years, the increase in employees at Eskom has been associated with the decrease in electricity generation, an increase in the cost of electricity, making electricity unaffordable for the majority of South Africans. So is there any plan to trim Eskom's employee cost, to trim Eskom's employee cost to the bottom line while ensuring efficient, reliable, affordable electricity to South Africans? The second question is, how do you qualify or support the statement in the presentation that Eskom has returned to profitability with healthy levels of liquidity when the Auditor General, with the AG's concerns with Eskom being a going concern because of Eskom's debt reliability? I think that has been somewhat covered in the presentation, but let me just leave the question there. However, Chair, number 3, losses as a result of theft have increased as compared to the previous financial year. So what plans are there? And I noticed that it says plans are in place, but what are the unpacking of those plans to eliminate illicit prepaid tokens and plans to preempt, detect, and prevent damage to and theft to cables and other infrastructure? And is there any credibility to the allegations that some of our neighbors have illegal electricity cables running across borders? And can this be attributed to the high load reduction, particularly in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, where our neighbors are? And then lastly, what plans does the board have in implementing the Auditor General's recommendations relating to leadership and oversight, particularly where it was highlighted that those charged with governance to address the matters of material non-compliance have not done so due to a lack of accountability at various levels? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Dring. Let's follow by Honorable Milem. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to start with the summer outlook information. So thank you to Eskom for the presentation, but let's start with the summer outlook. Your summer plan hinges on keeping unplanned losses below 15 gigawatts, but your actual EAF is only at 60.6%. So my question is this: what are you going to change in your maintenance strategy that would give you confidence that you can keep unplanned breakdowns below that threshold, especially given the age of your fleet and your historical unreliability of that? That's the first part. The second is this: the plan indicates a reduction in planned maintenance for summer. Now, are you deferring the necessary deep maintenance to keep plants online for short-term stability? And what is the risk that this leads to more severe breakdowns in the future, in 2026 and onwards? You also only budget 1.3 billion for OCGTs for the entire 212-day summer period. Given the historical diesel expenditure, is that realistic to cover potential risks? And what is your plan if, for example, you have worsening unplanned outages? Lastly, with regard to the summer outlook, it's dependent on the return of Medupi Unit 4 and longer-term Kuiberg Unit 2. So what are the specific current up-to-date statuses of those units, and what plans are in place if they face further delays? Okay, so that's the summer outlook side of it. Then with regard to your annual report, some of my questions have been addressed with regard to the once-off nature of your finances and your profitability. I am still concerned about the true financial position of Eskom, but let's give you the benefit of the doubt at this stage, and celebrate the fact that we are in a better position than we were a year ago. However, you failed your KPI for implementing forensic recommendations by 30%. And that, coupled with the AG's findings on a lack of consequence management, suggests, as I said earlier when we spoke to the AG, a culture of impunity. So who in the executive team is being held accountable? What are you doing to ensure that you are implementing corrective measures and that perpetrators are brought to book? Then the AG could not verify your claimed 16.3 billion rand in what was termed savings from turnaround initiatives. So can I ask that you provide this committee with a detailed breakdown of what those savings are, distinguishing between what is sustainable efficiencies and what is once-off gains, and why this information was not available to the auditors? Lastly, with regard to your annual report, your particulate emissions were more than double your target, with 8 of your power stations frequently exceeding your legal limits. So what is the direct cost of that non-compliance in terms of potential health impacts, future fines, and how are you balancing the drive for a higher EAF with your legal duty to protect public health and the NDC goals of South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Myler. Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Ngosi and Honorable Pat.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon once again, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to start with, and well done, Eskom, on the 16 billion after-tax profit. But we must bear in mind that this 16 billion was achieved concurrently with a 64 billion rand in debt relief support for the financial year 2025. So the reliance on government support contributes to material uncertainty regarding the going concern. So what quantitative benchmark, for example, earnings before tax or earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortization, interest cover ratio is Eskom targeting to demonstrate that it has sufficiently reduced reliance on government support before requesting the final tranches of the Debt Relief Act, which is a requirement for achieving standalone financial stability. And then Eskom reported significant progress on governance and controls, including the enhanced fraud awareness and the establishment of a group investigations and security unit. But despite these interventions, Eskom still received a qualified external audit opinion for the financial year 2025, specifically regarding the failure to accurately maintain records for irregular expenditure and losses due to criminal conduct. Why is this? And then Eskom achieved the instantaneous energy available factor target of 70%. So given that the generation recovery plan is moving to a new phase focused on sustainability, what specific quantifiable performance indicators will be used to monitor and report on the sustained embedment of operational excellence and prevent future outage slips? Then the last question, Chairperson. The Generation Operation Reliability and Sustainability Plan anticipates 14 gigawatts of unplanned losses, but reflects that temporary plant failures led to higher open cycle gas turbine usage and load shedding than expected during winter 2025. So that's 5.9 billion rand versus 2.1 billion rand that was forecast. What specific short-term operational risks, example, equipment failures, skill gaps, supply chain delays, have been definitively mitigated since August 2025 to ensure the forecast of 100 million to 1.3 billion open cycle gas turbine cost for the 2025-2026 summer outlook is reliable? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Ngosi, followed by Honorable Babji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I actually welcome the report of the annual report from Eskom. I think they are actually have done well in this financial year, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just have questions maybe that need clarity here. The first one will be the tariff versus affordability. Chair, with the significant profit and reduced diesel usage, what is Eskom's strategy to advocate for more affordable tariffs to the regulator as to support industrial competitiveness, especially considering the rapid uptake of the private generation? Secondly, Chair, given the significant drop in load shedding, what specific measurable interventions are planned to ensure the 65% of energy availability factor target is constantly met and then pushed towards the 70% goal in 2026 financial year? And how will Eskom ensure the improvement isn't just a temporary dip? Thirdly, Chair, is while operational and financial performance has improved significantly, now having Eskom that is profitable after 8 years and also indeed reduced load shedding, does Eskom have a credible plan to ensure that the operational gains translate into a sustained clean audit? Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Papti.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, most of the questions I wanted to ask have already been asked, but I do want to make a comment, and that is the improvement that we see is much welcomed. Obviously, if Eskom succeeds, the country succeeds. So that's great news that things are on the road to recovery. The 2-year generation recovery plan has paid dividends, and it would appear then that the audit recovery plan is going to pay similar dividends if Eskom pays attention to what the Auditor General has found to be some of the gaps. But the comment that I want to end with is the CFO made, I think, the most telling statement at the end, and that municipal debt is Eskom's Achilles heel. And that's the nut that I think has to be cracked fairly soon. My concern is that if one looks at the trajectory that this debt has taken and the fact that it's continuing to grow, if it's not capped within a year or two, then I think that Achilles heel could be a big problem for us. So that's my comment, Chair. I do believe that there has to be some really strong action, something very different to what we're doing now to address the municipal debt if Eskom is going to become that much regarded viable entity that we want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I don't see any other hand.
Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Nchabileng's hand was raised, and then he went
Okay.
out and then back again. So I'm not sure if he wants to continue.
Yeah, I think he's back. Let's give over.
He is back, yes, Chair.
Let's give over to you, Honorable Nchabileng. Honorable Nchabileng, over to you.
Yeah, I was saying that in the last session, you did promise that we would have an interactive session of questions and answers. And I would appreciate that opportunity where we can just do a proper interactive session where we can actually ask and get a response, because we're raising questions and we're not getting thorough or even much more substantial responses. So on the questions I want to ask, can I wait for the next round and raise those questions and make sure that we don't have an interruption?
Okay, can I request you to ask those ones that you would like to ask from this round? Honorable Nchabileng, can you please ask the questions for these rounds that you would love to ask? And then we can also give you the second round. Honorable Nchabileng.
Chair, let me wait for the next session. I'll ask on an interactive basis. Thank you.
The next session or the next round?
On the next round of questions. Thank you.
Okay. It will also depend that I will be able to give the next round now. Meanwhile, Eskom answer the questions that have been asked and make sure that you answer all of them as they have been raised, starting from Honorable Ring down to Honorable Papti. Over to you, Eskom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Myself and the colleagues will unpack the questions as asked. Let me lead off, and I'll invite the colleagues to come in at different points. Chair, the first point, the first question that was raised has got to do with a question that continues to linger in the public view around the excessive staff levels that the business has. And Chair, if I may just remind the committee, as we have done in recent times over and over again, that view comes from a World Bank report that was published in 2021 or so. And we have said, Chair, repeatedly, that this view was actually erroneous in a sense that it had, for us, left out a key component of our staff members who services over 400 kilometers of our distribution networks. So if you compare us with other utilities without including that component that services the significant majority of our customers in this country, you will end up with an erroneous calculation that indicates that we are overstaffed, like it was done. It does not look like this is a view that is, it has not been openly contested, but it does not look like it's a view that has been accepted and is landing. All that is remembered is the first assertion, which is incorrect. I think the point that we need to address here is what is the business doing to drive operational efficiencies and reduce costs, which is something that we should do so that we can translate those cost savings through to our employees. And we've indicated in the presentation that we have an internal target pressed on by the board of taking out 120 billion rands, 112 billion rands out of our cost structure between now and the next 5 years, including revenue opportunities to add on this. It is a focused program. It's called the Cost Optimization and Revenue Enhancement Core. It is driven through one of those legs of the structure of EXCO that I've shown to the committee, where we have strategic delivery to go through. We have just finished a board session today of strategy for the last 2 days, where we have re-emphasized the need to double up on those efforts. So from a cost compression perspective, this is something that the board is really driving us quite hard on delivering, and we measure ourselves in that space. Chair, I also want to indicate that in the AG report that you received today, members would have seen that the irregular expenditures have reduced from 5.6 to 1.5 billion rands year on year. This should be seen within the context of the audit recovery program only having been in place for 3 months of that year under review. We have also shared with you in this presentation that our assessments as management, given the cadence that we've established in terms of improving internal controls, is giving us comfort that we should see a much more improved picture when it comes to the audit of this current financial year, because we have had the full 12 months of executing on this plan. We indicated that the execution on this plan started only in January 2025, because it took us up to the 20th of December last year to issue and finalize the previous audit. So when you move from one audit, in the next 2 weeks, we've got another audit starting, you lack the opportunity to do the interventions that are necessary. We understand that what we need to do for sustainability is to change the way we do things in the business so that we don't have to be relying on audit cycles, but have the discipline of execution and controls within the business. So I thought I should get back to that aspect and indicate it to members. We also, and the audit has also indicated that when you look at losses as a result of criminal conduct and theft, what you saw in last year, the latter part of the year, which contributed to the delays in finalizing the audit, was the whole discovery of this online vending system and the fraud associated with it. The processes to quantify the risk, to assess where the risk really lies, and to start doing interventions from a management point of view is what essentially led to that big delay, amongst others, of publishing the results last year. So you are seeing in that growth of losses associated with theft and criminal conduct, you are seeing those discoveries beginning to show up in those numbers. It is a discovery of a challenge that's been in this business at least picked up, or from what we see, that it surfaced its heads in 2022. It is only last year that we really began having grappled with it, that it became very clear, and that we started quantifying what exactly is happening in that space. What have we done? We have reported in the sessions that we've had with this committee before that we have done a lot in physically ensuring that we protect these assets that generate these online vending systems. We have improved the cyber security around it. We have done multiple levels of controls. We have also indicated that this is an old system that has got poor audit trails within it, And we are really playing catch up in establishing exactly how this theft is happening. At other times, we see we've got very good correlation between what is generated on the system, what is being invoiced, and what is actually being paid. But we are not there yet. The ultimate solution for us will be a total move away from this system to a much more robust system. And we've indicated that we are focusing to do that by the end of 2027. We are hard at work on all fronts to minimize the leakage as we go on and to then spec what we will require going forward. Our teams, both from the IT space, from the distribution space, and from our internal investigations, are hard at work. We've got a whole room that really meets and immediately responds to issues that comes from this corner, but we are not out of the woods. And those are the interventions that we are driving as a business. Beggy, in his presentation, the generation group executives outlined the picture of what is different this time as we go into the summer plan. He indicated in one slide that this time around, as we go into the summer, we've got a 1.4 gigawatt advantage in terms of the operational dispatchable capacity. That slide is in the pack, honorable members. That slide incorporates the progress and the benefit of having brought Medupi 4 back into operation, and it is running, of us having brought Kusile Unit 6, and it is running and contributing, and given the fact that by the time we get into the depth of the summer, we'll have both units of Kusile, of Kubek running. Kubek, as we speak, is going through hot commissioning, and it will be available for the first time in about 2 years or 3 years to support us throughout the summer period. So that information is in the pack. On average, it gives us some headroom of some 4 gigawatts, give and take, that we didn't have last summer when we got into the heavy maintenance window. As a result of the extra capacity, the special capacity we have, our level of doing maintenance during this summer is slightly lower than last year because we can afford to do this in a very structured and carefully assessed route. And I hope that this helps to give a sense of what is behind these numbers as we see them. Chair, we will take the issue around illegal cables crisscrossing our borders and look and check with the associated partners in the law enforcement, etc., to establish this picture. Is something that is new to us, and we'll have a look at it from that aspect. I think the one point that I just wanted to make before the Caleb comes in on the financial matters is that we are not delaying any maintenance. We are doing maintenance at the level that we are doing because we have additional capacity that we did not have before. We have EAF that is stabilized at around 70% most of September. It is now affected by the increased level of maintenance that we are doing, and that is an outcome of the implementation of our strategy around this aspect. And when it comes to what are we doing from a management point of view, as I said, we have the audit recovery program that is run very diligently, and we should see much more better outcome from it at the end of this financial year. But we have also established an investigations capability within the organization that is really focused on dealing with the backlog of cases that we had. Many of the cases that we're dealing with are over one financial year. We are dealing with the backlog. We had to resource ourselves differently. We support this team to have resources, full-time and resources that they can pull in to deal with the workload. We're going through the processes of disciplining both suppliers and employees, and those processes do take time because of the nature of the engagement of the administration of justice in that space. As we see challenges, we ramp up more around those areas, and we are really comfortable that focusing on these matters as part of the overall recovery program will get us to see results like we see from the generation recovery plan. Chair, we've had challenges in some of the stations from an environmental perspective performance, occasionally having these excursions, and I'll invite Beggy to come and tell you how we have managed this. The benefit of executing maintenance is that you then start getting yourself into a much more better shape for compliance. So when we talk about these observations, we should also bear in mind around the timing when this happened and where we have progressed and how we are managing this with a very big focal point from the board's perspective. And then Caleb will deal with all the financial questions that were asked that perhaps were not so clear from the presentation itself around the ratios which were covered there.
Okay, thanks, TCE. Honorable Chair, maybe let me start with the one on our summer plan hinges on 15 gigawatt losses. Maybe let me explain that one, Chair, that the plan, the summer plan, it's got scenarios. That what we do between, we give our generation focuses that we want to be below the 13,000. But obviously the system operator independently need to stress that plan to say what's going to happen if the UCLF goes to 14,000. And then also when it goes to 15,000, that's what that one means there. And the numbers of the 1.3 billion on the OCGT corresponding to the 15,000 is not a budget for the whole summer plan. For the budget for this year is down from 18,000 to 12,000, coming to 12 billion. But that 1.3 that you see there, it's saying if the UCLF, not if it goes to 15,000 for a day or 2 days, is really not an issue. But it says if it goes for more days, say 2-3 weeks in that month, then you will have that level of expenditure on the OCGTs. So that's maybe the context on that one. And then on the point that the GCE asked on the was asked on the emissions. Two things, because this also talks to the plan. The plan that we've been executing in generation was not only dealing with recovery and reliability, it was also to address the environmental issues. You would see that, let me take an example with a station like Letabo. Most of our outages will normally be below 100 days for GOs, but because we were also implementing these environmental abatement projects, most of the outages, you would see that they were going to 150, 160. So because those units have seen those upgrades, that's why part of the numbers of the planned reduction is not that we are deferring any maintenance. It's just going back now to say we've done the upgrades. Like take Kubek, either of the unit was off for the whole year when we were doing the steam generator replacement. So those are done now. So now what we need to do, we're going to go to the normal outages at Kubek. Instead of taking the whole year, depending on some of the long-term operation outages, we might do it for 6 months, or we're going back to less than 100 days as well. So that's how the plans are broad as well to deal with that UCLF. But also, maybe the other point I want to raise on some of the 3 stations that were affecting us badly in terms of emission, it was Letabo, Kendal, and Matimba. And I can refer that now, given all the period that we've been since July this year, all those stations are now in compliance, and then we are continuing with all this upgrade on the remaining units on the rest of the station. So we are seeing now the trajectory of these units coming back, and it's also in 2 years you don't go through all the units in one site, so it's a continuous thing that we are dealing with, but we are focusing on this compliance issue. I think I've covered that those points that were raised as well. Thanks.
Honorable Chair and members, let me answer some of the financial questions. I think to Honorable Milan, the detailed written report on our savings of 16 billion versus the AG's report on that. We will then get that together and then submit that to the committee chair with regard to the reasons for the differences. So we will do that. I think importantly, Chair, we talk about the 16 billion profit that Eskom has achieved. But again, I think it was Honorable Vusi that mentioned when Eskom succeeds, there is benefits for South Africa. And if we look in our cash flow statements, by generating the 16 billion profit, our income tax that we paid for FY25 to SARS was 6.5 billion rand or 6.4 billion rand. So I think again, we mustn't only see it as negative. There are benefits to the fiscus over and above investor confidence, reliability of electricity supply, not interrupting businesses, etc. We've contributed in terms of income tax 6.4 billion in the financial year. Then if I get to Honorable Paulson's question about what are the sustainable ratios financially for Eskom, I think first and foremost, in simple terms, you want Eskom to not be reliant on the fiscus when our debt maturities arise. And that is why you need a debt service cover ratio of 1.5 times, which means then we can cover all our debt service commitments 1.5 times over. And as you can see in FY25, that ratio reached 1.11. And in that final slide, we foresee that this can get to 2 or 2.5. And obviously, there must also be an appreciation of in the forthcoming year, what are the maturities in that year? If we got a high debt service commitment, then the ratio will be much tighter. If the debt service commitment is much lower, then you'll have a better outlook. But I think bottom line, and also getting to Honorable Paulson, if we stand back and look at Eskom, to be financially viable and all the factors that contribute to that bottom line EBITDA number, whether it's the revenue as was touched on or your cost optimizations, etc. We think in the region of that 95 billion to 100 billion that we achieve, that will allow Eskom to be on a sustainable basis and not being put in an awkward position to revert back to government. But as I mentioned, and I think as Honorable Bapti said, we have to address the municipal debt. And then the one question also that was asked, and then similarly, if you look at cash interest cover, you want that to be 3 times. I think importantly, if I just touch on the municipal debt, currently in the regulatory mechanism and the tariffs that we get awarded by NERSA, there is a zero allowance for any arrear debts and growth in municipalities. So every time this non-collection and this thing and the arrear debts grows, Eskom is not getting any benefit. The consumer is not paying for it, nor we not receiving, and it gets back to that concluding point that I did make in terms of we need to address that situation. And then Honorable Vusi asked a very difficult question of this trade-off of tariffs and affordability. We recognize that from where the consumers are, and that is why the board and the minister says we need now to strive to make sure that price increases going forward is single digit. Obviously, we would look to improve on our cost optimization and the other revenue enhancements to keep that as low as possible. But I think a clear message that the board has given us single digit price increases going forward. And then getting back that you need all components to work for Eskom to be sustainable. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to address 2 questions, one from Honourable Train and the other one from Honourable Melhem. The first one on the board, what is it that the board is doing with regards to the leadership? When we look at the audit findings and what you have heard from the Auditor General, what is it that the board is doing? For that, I'm going to ask my colleague, the Chair of Audit Committee, to come in, and then I'll come after she has made her contribution. Fatima.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Chair and honourable members. With respect to the audit findings, I think, it's imperative and the CFO and the CEO has alluded to it. It's imperative that Eskom gets back onto the corporate calendar. Because when you get onto the corporate calendar, firstly, is two of the audit findings would go away, which is the ones in compliance with PFMA, where you submit financial statements for auditing purposes by the end of May. And then the second one is those financials need to be complete and accurate, because any adjustments thereafter are regarded as misstatements that you would have corrected. So that's how accounting, auditors look at it. And in these instances over the years, even though we submitted financials by 31st May, they were in draft format, and then there's, processing and adjusting and outstanding items of a technical nature that are processed during, between the time they submitted for auditing and the end of the time the audit is signed off. So it's imperative that the planning and, we said we would relook at the audit approach, and perhaps there needs to be an interim hard close in December, so that the auditors can roll forward by the end, for a couple of months, to finish an audit by the, within the time frame. But once the company goes back onto the corporate calendar and signs off on the date that it should be signing off in accordance with PFMA, what it does is that it enables the company to implement remedial measures for audit findings. And if you completed the audit in December last year and you went live with your audit recovery plan in January, and you're closing the year in March, you're not really realizing the benefits of the audit recovery plan. Now, the audit recovery plan is a 3-year plan. So even then, we have to manage expectations. Yes, there would be an improvement in the next year and the following year, but really, if you want to get to what we call cleaner audits and unqualified audits, it's going to take 3 years, because it requires an investment in people, processes, hardware, software, investments. It's not an easy audit, when you're dealing with illegal tokens and controls, weaker internal controls, which are coming into, the AG's findings. These are all systemic issues that need to be fixed, but also behavioral issues which take longer. So it's about how people, adhere to policies and processes, which brings me, I wanted to touch on one of the honorable members said, or asked the question on governance, to say, we're still being qualified in terms of not executing on forensics findings. That is correct, for this year under review. What we found is that from a forensics perspective, firstly, is we looked at it on a multi-pronged approach, where now there's deliberate focus on forensics. Previously, forensics was lump sum with internal audit, which is different focuses. Yes, they still serve a purpose in terms of giving you a sound environment, but internal audit is the preventative side of the business, whereas forensics is a detective side of the business. And the two need to work very closely with each other, but they have very deliberate subject matters that need to be leading it. So, there's now a chief audit executive purely hired for internal audit, and we've amended that work plan. And then we've got a head of forensics. Now, the GE of forensics, has taken over security and investigations, and there was a mountain. I mean, there's a backlog of outstanding investigations where you need to implement the recommendations from those investigations. That implementation of recommendations is in accordance with Eskom's policies and processes. It's not to, you would then hand over the matter, if it's criminal of nature, to the law enforcement authorities to execute, and that's where you would get your convictions and your arrests, etc. But, and from that, what we've done is we've created a project management office and capacitated it. So really in the next year, you will see that, those backlog of cases or the way we deal with forensics investigations will be expedited, and it will shorten the time span. In addition to that, the investigations office also has now created what we call a rapid response unit, so that we become more agile. So as soon as you get a whistleblower or you get a lead, hopefully we can start a preliminary investigation, which then will lead to a full-blown investigation, whereas previously everything went into an investigation, whether it was a merit, not a merit, you're still debating on these matters. Here with the rapid response unit, what warrants an investigation will get into the funnel and be executed on. And then on the internal audit side, we've also said, yes, there's a combined assurance model. And traditionally, internal audits look at the risk of the business and they do a 3-year audit rolling plan based on risk-based. We say it's risk-based. We've said, yes, we identify that it's risk-based. But when you look at the things that have tripped us in the, since, this board has been in its place. The things that tripped us were not identified in the risks-based audit plan. So we need agility. So firstly is they need to become more, capacitate themselves to address assurances on risks that we haven't identified, but when they come out of forensics, so there's a forensics lead and she's investigating, talks to detection. Detecting and holding people accountable, in our view, is not sufficient. You need to future-proof the organization so that you get preventative. And as you get more and more preventative, what we hope is that the ability or the need to detect actually reduces. So, it's a timing issue, but really you want to be a future-proofed organization that's totally preventative. And then the last thing that we did is that we said we want proactive assurance. It was an element that was really missing because a lot of times, the board gets information, the board places reliance, and when it's not a matter of just placing reliance, it's a matter of anything that the shareholder gets from the board now goes through the internal audit function where you can place reliance of information. It's been validated and checked by an independent party. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Fatima. So just to maybe add around the question of leadership in general within Eskom, I would like to take us back to February 2024 when we appointed the new group chief executive, Dan Marokan. One of the things that this board did when he landed in February 2024, we gave him 100 days. And there were 3 specific objectives that we asked him to do. The first one was for him to look at generation recovery plan, get familiar with the plan, and if there were things within the plan that were not aligned with how he thought things should be done, he must make the necessary changes. But after the 100 days, then he would own that plan, that's exactly what he did. He owned the plan. It's no longer a plan which he found here. It's a plan that is his plan. That's the first thing. The second thing that we asked him to do was to look at and come back after 100 days with a strategy that will ensure that this company becomes sustainable going forward. And linked to that strategy, you said you also need to make sure that you come up with an organizational structure that will implement that strategy. When he began his presentation today, Dan presented to us in this committee here, to this committee, his new leadership team. 60% of that leadership team is new. These are people who are going to be taking this company to the future. And it's really about setting the tone from the top. And he specifically identified these people, and the full leadership team that we have now is a leadership team that is fit for the journey that is ahead. So what I'm saying to the committee members here is that the tone that is being set from the top is a different tone altogether, in line with Dan's strategy. So that's the one thing I just wanted to share around that. Then there was a point that was made on the cost. We have given a target of 112 billion rand to the management to reduce the cost and also to enhance the revenue of the business. This is something that we are doing in order to address the number of questions that you have asked around affordability. We cannot achieve the affordability that we are seeking if we're not taking out the cost from the business and finding new revenue sources for Eskom. And this is an agenda that is driven by one leader within Dan's organization. And it is something that we will discuss and see how we can make it transparent so that it can be tracked as we go along over the next 5 years. So the last point I'd like to make is a question by Honorable Melhan on the comment that he made around the age of the fleet. I would like to say that the age of the fleet is not something that is of concern to us. As long as you do your maintenance, we should never be worried about the age of the fleet. What has been done in the past is that we have not been doing the maintenance. So we ended up with unreliable fleets. The reason why our energy availability factor has improved to touching 70% is because now it is reliable, and because the team has been very, very, very focused and disciplined in implementing the maintenance plan. So those are the comments I wanted to make. Over to you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eskom and Chairperson. Can I check from the honorable members that is there any question out of all that has been asked? It's not responded to. If there is one or there are any, can I request the honorable members to ask those questions that couldn't be addressed on that first round? And then I'm going to give those members that they think that they would love also to raise those questions. I see Honorable Mylem's hand is up, and I see Honorable Njabeleng's hand is up. For now, it's only those two hands, but if there are any, I will also entertain them so they can also engage Eskom. Honorable Mylem, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we need to be honest when we talk to each other here. And one of the issues that I have is this constant refrain that during the month of September, we had a 70% EAF. We had 70% once, 1 week in September. And the rest of September, it ranged from 62 to 67% the last 3 weeks of September. And that's from Eskom's data portal. So we need to be honest when we talk to each other here and not claim things that are not true. We have touched 70%, but we've dropped back and we're currently at 62.7%. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, a reduction in irregular expenditure must be welcomed, but there should be no irregular expenditure. 1.5 billion rand of irregular expenditure. That's not acceptable by anyone's standards. So I really think that Mr. Kasim, you need to take a good hard look at yourself and say, is 1.5 billion rand of irregular expenditure something I can live with? Because it's not something I can live with. You are defrauding the South African consumers when you say that 1.5 billion rand of irregular expenditure is an improvement. It is an improvement, but it's not good by anyone's standards. Then, Chair, on emissions, Eskom set a target for itself in its shareholder compact of 0.64 kilograms per megawatt hour of emissions, of particulate matter emissions. Sorry, 0.3 kilograms per megawatt hour. And in their slide deck, it's at 0.64. So that's more than double what they said they were going to do. Now, this is not something that was imposed on them. It's not something that it's what they agreed with the minister. And they missed it. They didn't even come close to achieving that target. So yes, the minimum emission standards were amended by the Minister of Environment, Forestries and Fisheries, and I accept that they have got a longer life a longer time frame to address those minimum emission standards. But that particulate matter target was something that Eskom set with the shareholder, being the Minister of Electricity and Energy, in their shareholder compact. And they missed that target. Lastly, Chair, I want to raise the issue that where the comparison was made to the World Bank report on the number of employees at Eskom, 43,000 employees at Eskom. And you know, people have said that this number is too high, or and the point was made that Eskom has to look after 400 kilometers of transmission lines. Well, there are other countries where there are long transmission lines. There are other countries and other utilities that have to look after very, very long distances and rural areas and the like. And the point is that as things currently stand, those 43,000 employees, the average salary of an Eskom employee is over R1 million a year. The average salary. Now, you have to ask an ordinary South African who is struggling to pay their electricity bill each month, are they getting value for money? And the answer, Chair, is no. Because Eskom is not lean, it's not efficient, it's not operating to the best of its ability. Now, I'm not for a second saying we should shut down Eskom. What I am saying is that Eskom needs to take a good look at itself and say, how can we be better? How can we be more efficient? How can we deliver services more cheaply and more cost effectively? And right now, I'm not seeing that. Right now, I'm seeing, and I'll give you an example, and I disagree with the Deputy Minister on this issue. I don't think that Eskom Green being rolled out as a separate entity is a good move. I think it should be part of Eskom Generation. Why should we have a completely separate entity for Eskom Renewables? With its own finance department, its own legal department, its own HR department, its own board of directors. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make economic sense. And this is where we need to start looking at, is Eskom lean and mean? And the answer is no. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maile. Can I give over to Honorable Jabiling?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And again, maybe let me start first by saying a really strong, round of applause actually to Eskom for really performing so exceptionally well. You know, we work on judging real fundamentals, which is fleet performance. And in this regard, based on this particular reports and what we've been seeing coming out in the media in terms of some of the targets that have been reached by Eskom, this has been an exceptional performance, given the last 7 years of lackluster delivery in terms of electricity generation. So, I mean, I think the whole board, the whole team, the whole executives, and one man in particular who has really, based on our interactions at the fleet side when we were going plant by plant, has been exceptionally, incredible was, Mr. Becky Numalo, in his dedication to this fleet crisis and problem, and I think, Eskom, you have pulled it off. So I think from our side, we need to really just give you a huge round of applause. And I'm saying this deliberately because you have performed beyond imagination, and you have been able to beat all the people who said there is no hope for Eskom and there is no hope for the fleet. You have proven that definitely this fleet is functional, this fleet has life, and now with the opportunity to even reaching almost the 70%, peak performance in terms of EAF, electricity, energy availability factor, you really have demonstrated that this is a worthwhile entity that needs to be. On the other side to it, one would even go further to say, I think you can even pull a much more bigger return to all units and functionality of Eskom and give us what Eskom used to be. And I'm not saying this out of just in a way jesting, but on a serious note, with proving that you can reach the target of 70%, which you did prove it, and it was reached, you've reduced the current UCLF from 13,000, which was almost the average level. Remember, we were sitting at 18,000 at some point. when there was major load shedding. You moved it to 15, the load shedding levels reduced. You moved it to 13, there was an almost no more near crisis. And then now you've moved it and shaved it from 13,000, unplanned capacity load factor to now below 8. That's an incredible feat of performance. So I don't want to be really mean and nasty. I really want to congratulate you guys for really having pulled this feat and made it possible. And not only that, to say, I think we've got capable individuals and people at the helm who are running this operation. And from our side, we really appreciate the great work done and the incredible performance and the show of leadership on this particular issue of the electricity and electricity generation issues. But going forward, so this is really our contribution. Going forward, I would have loved an interaction space, but I think maybe on the next session, Chair will indulge us respectfully so in giving us that opportunity. But let's deal with what we have now. The issue of load reduction still remains a major, major critical crisis for us. We have communities that are going on weeks without electricity. I had just received a major complaint of a major community in the KZN region that has been without electricity for months, actually, not even, I think it's 2 years now going. What is the issue? The issue was they are currently suffering from unavailability of electricity because they have been removed from the grid. Eskom came in and removed the transformers and said that they are going to do a maintenance on the transformer, and then they came back, they said they can't install the transformer because they are legally connected people onto the transformer. Yet in the same community, they are paying customers who even send us from our desk of electricity crisis, they send us complaints to say, no, here we're paying, here we're doing interactions, here we're working with Eskom directly in terms of Eskom's offices, and yet we're not receiving the services. So that's another issue I think we need to look at it. There is load reduction and there is cut-offs that are either a pretext on the basis of illegal connection, yet those cut-offs affect people who are legally paying. So there is a big problem where we need to get to the bottom of it and say, what is your plan to isolate these community issues where you can have legally paying customers being connected properly to the grid, where your distribution can define clearly, this is a legally paying customer, this is an unpaying customer, or this is an illegal connection. So that people can receive services and not feel discriminated because they are blanketed in an environment. So I just want to hear, what is the plan on that? The load reduction issue still remains a major critical problem. And now communities have lived with it and now have even normalized it. We're not saying there should not be issues around implementation of load reduction when the network is under severe strain. But I think the load reduction crisis, now that you've already reduced the UCLF's level, you shouldn't be suffering with load reduction crisis. Your availability of electricity in terms of your really functional plants should be already at a level where you even have massive spare capacity that should be able to avert the load reduction crisis. So why are we still experiencing a load reduction issue? Legal connections. What are the plans in place, executives, to deal with the issue of legal connection services, the issue of implementation of your smart meters? And I would even go further to say that the concept illegal connections and the legal connection should be actually just neutralized in terms of connection services. Eskom should have an incentive in communities for people to connect legally into the network and be encouraged to have smart meters and be completely serviced. We know for a fact that out of the revenue electricity paying customers, majority of the consumers in some communities are not paying. And Eskom has not done much in terms of ensuring that there could be a paying culture. I'm not blaming only Eskom, but the municipality in the case. Even when there is a subsidy applied to that community, we have to get to the point where we encourage legal electricity payment, even if it's nominal fee of connection and a utilization in terms of subsidy, there should be a payment. So far, we don't see any program to address, come on board, let's give you connection that is given to you as a service rendered to communities. For smart meters, for engaging customers, and for making sure that everybody pays and can appreciate. And if you were just to roll out that service, you will improve the financials in a great sense, because not everybody else who's out there is not interested in paying for electricity. They know the value of electricity, but you are having challenges because there are no smart meters, and in some areas, you know the mesh network that is existing, whereby cables are hanging from a unit or in a house or whatever, and they are connecting to various plugging in of various small shared units that are available, and that can be resolved properly if you were just to infrastructuralize environment, put infrastructure in that environment, connect these people up, make sure that you give that community network an opportunity to manage their connectivity as well as the billing, and then they can buy either at a retail wholesale level, at a group level, and then they can be able to then pay properly for the utilization instead of having electricity used in an illegal manner. In terms of your vendor system, there's a big problem there. This vendor question must be resolved at once. Who are these vendors that are actually enabled? We need a list of vendors that are on the Eskom system, what contract they have to do this vendoring of electricity, because vendor by vendor, their rates and tariffs differ. Do they have tariff that is based with your estates, tariff that is based in a community? You would have in some instances only Eskom vendor tariff system and everything. And we've received complaints that Eskom blocks available suppliers to get onto the vendor system. They don't allow the vendor opportunities to be opened up to other SMEs. It's a closed network system of vendors that are actually enabled to sell and retail electricity on that side of it. It's a major crisis and it really needs to be resolved at some point. Another point which I need to say that congratulations for reducing the days of load shedding to only 4 days in a year. We have lived through the crisis of load shedding for over 200-300 days in a year. For moving it to 4 days is an incredible, exceptional performance on its own. And we really want to express, we want to say that you've really saved us the embarrassment of the world. Whenever you go, people used to ask us, is there still power load shedding and all of that issue? So really on that one, it has been a major, major improvement, and congratulations on that. But on the other flip side of it is, once you have gained a 7.8 megawatts, gigawatts of generation capacity through your completion of your long-term outage completion program and the new builds. What are we doing with that additional generation of gigawatts that is available, that should actually be transmitted back into the network to be used for your commercial, your industrial, your retail environment, as well as the building of brand new houses and everything? What is the plan around all of that? On the entity side of it, I support actually your view to separate green energy from Eskom's baseload energy. It's a brilliant move. Have the separation, and even to some point, we need to even start seeing the separation of revenues, where we can see that baseload revenue is paying for itself. You have green energy paying for itself, like other countries, where people in the tariff structure, they can decide what tariff they are buying at what level and day of time, as well as whoever is the transmitter, the generator, whether it's green energy or it is related to that other energy. Because right now, you know the facts that baseload coal, as well as baseload nuclear, as well as OCGTs, are subsidizing the solar as well as the wind generation on Pickers level and others. They are subsidizing it because they are eating out of the revenue of baseload. We need to come to some point where we can rationalize this now and saying, yes, this is the value derived out of solar, wind, renewables. This is the value of revenue derived out of the element of baseload, your current nuclear, which is the cheapest current tariff right now, which is cost of production, which is the current cheapest. You have the secondary to it, which is your current coal, and then the third part of it, which will be your OCGT and stuff. So that delineation. So that is why I said I would prefer an engagement interactive environment, but I think I'm going to just have to go on point by point to raising some of these issues on a generic level. The most contentious point, my colleague raised it earlier when he said that you have declared a profit, which I don't understand how you received the profit when you already have a revenue shortfall of that 55 billion that you had to claw back from consumers and you had to ask for a special privilege from NERSA to giving you a clawing back opportunity. Why don't we have a scenario whereby out of that profits declared, you are able to save back that part of the profits back into the ensuring that you can reduce that 55 chlorine back. You can then reinvest it back in terms of closing out the shortfall gap. Because that 55, we know it's not going to go into infrastructure. You're not going to build a single power station. You're not going to build a major baseload energy generation plant. It's just going to go into other line expenses, particularly your, what do you call it, primary energy costs. So why are we not moving into that environment to start being proactive in this kind of situations and making sure that we can make this Eskom that we have now come to respect after it was desecrated for many years, 7 years in the pipeline now, and you have brought it back to its great status of being a reliable supplier of electricity. So on that point, let me just hold it on that. But I would like to say congratulations, team, for having done an incredible job. On the financial side of it, I think you should have engaged us before you went public in terms of declaring the finances to just give us the a heads up before you do your financial declarations so that we can then be able to defend you in the public when questions are asked and answered. Because we didn't have that opportunity to interact before. Your results, annual results were released, and we're only doing the annual results interrogation now. I think that was a slip up. In the future, please appraise us before the public knows so that we are able to can engage on a much more comfortable basis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Sabelen. Can I give over to Eskom to interact with these concerns?
Chair, thank you very much. I will deal with all the questions as a matter of fact, and hopefully we can wrap it up, with the responses that I'll provide. The EAF for September, in the September month, averaged 70.2%. And that is made up of weekly EAF numbers that we have published. And Chair, we are very happy to send them through to the honorable member so he can do the calculations himself. I must indicate, we publish these numbers on a weekly basis, every Friday, through the power alerts. They are on our system as well. And we have seen, not us, but the rest of the public essentially commenting on our performance, that we have now hit that 70% in the September month. This is a very moment of pride for the generation team and the hardworking employees within the team that Becky is leading. And I think we are not going to sit here and try to put wool over them and give them a sense of false sense of comfort. These numbers are real. They are a result of hard work brought in by individual employees. These numbers are auditable, and we are very happy to supply the detail through to the honorable member as required. But that number, for the record, is made up of 4 weeks. 4 weeks of the week EAF averaging 66%, 71.2, 72.4, 71.3, and you can take the average of that and indicate what the EAF average is for the year, for that month. Of course, year to date, because we're still carrying the year from the beginning of April to now, the year to date average is different, it's lower at 62%. But we've also said, as Becky explained, as we go into maintenance, the EAF will drop as a result of our deliberate decisions to do maintenance so that it can be high at a time when the demand for the country is high. We have done this cycle 3 times, through 2 winters that we have performed and carried our supply versus demand very well, through a summer that we had a wobble, and we know what was the challenge through it, and we are dealing with it. And we're going to the 3rd summer with the planning that is predicated on the capacity that we have. Chair, I think for the World Bank study, we have that study. Very happy to share it with the members of the parliament, and very happy to engage with its substantive detail once everybody has had an opportunity to reflect on it. We stand by the numbers that we have said. They're there, they have not been challenged by anyone else in the public since we actually published it. What we're finding is a reference to the first study and no reference whatsoever to the input that we have provided. We do have capable individuals within the organization, and will happily engage in that aspect. The aspects of Eskom Green, part of our unbundling strategy has required of us to study multiple models across the world. We have studied multiples from organizations and geographies and countries from east to west. We do understand in engagement with our lenders, those who hold our bonds and those who are interested in investing in us going forward, what are the structures that are working out there? They've all said it. They said, we are invested in you now. We'll actually have appetite for more if you have a ring-fenced Eskom Green kind of an organization. This is what has happened in all other utilities of the world that have gone through a transition that we've seen. And by the way, it is those utilities that are IPPs in this country, because back in their home countries, they're actually part of the state utilities that have existed and sought ways to diversify. So there is nothing unusual here that is at play. And perhaps the DM, with whom we interact quite extensively, has gotten herself to understand these details to that level because of proximity and the aspect of work that we have done. From a load reduction perspective, there's a lot of input given by Honorable Nchabeling. We'll take it on board. I just want to confirm that load reduction is not as a result of the lack of generation capacity. We have said this over and over again in engagements with the committee. Just to give you a sense, on the slides that Agnes shared, the areas that are affected by load shedding in totality come to about 520 megawatts. That is less than even a unit of Kusile. We're running now with excess capacity since our EAF has increased. We're doing load reduction simply because the localized equipment is under threat of load shedding because of the illegal connections. That's really the issue. And we've said that our solution for that is to be able to interact with our customers at an individualized level. We need to understand, to act with them at an individualized level, and this is why the smart meters are coming in. But in as far as all other aspects of increasing revenue and how we can work with communities, we'll take this as input, Chair, because we need all ideas to really deal with the scourge of the leak of revenue aspect. And maybe, Portia, if you can just unpack the issue of the irregular expenditure and what's really behind this and what we're doing about it.
Thank you. Good evening, members. In January, we presented the audit recovery program, and there was a big section around the audit recovery with regards to the irregular expenditure. And the actions that we undertook, which is what we promised to deliver, was to actually have an irregular register that is close to accurate. That is making sure that what we determine as irregular expenditure is irregular, as defined and required by the guideline. And the second part of that presentation was to indicate the need for the records that the auditors could not find in the 23-24 going backwards. In doing that, what you then find is that you then have items that were supposed to have been declared that were not declared, which then would have to be part of your irregular expenditure, and you'll have to disclose them as such. In order to make sure that we then build and drive a capacity force that ensures that we then embed the culture of declaring irregular expenditure, one, we deployed champions in the divisions to make sure that they record the transactions as they are processed on a monthly basis. The GEs are then getting sight of what is actually recorded in their respective divisions and can hold those champions accountable. Then the second leg is then the training of across the board in terms of how to avoid irregular expenditure and make sure that we start to drive it down. It is true that it's not a number that we are proud of, but it's a number that we know that we are able to embed the culture of changing the non-compliance with the Eskom policy and the impending regulations. That's the second part. The third part was to make sure that wherein we find that there are employees who transgressed, then we implement the consequence management. The challenge with the consequence management is the backlog that we are currently going to be dealing with to make sure that we finalize those matters and actions can then be taken. So if you look at the last page of our integrated report, which is on our website, you will see those cases that are listed there and some of the actions that we intending to undertake. At the other level is to make sure that we detect going forward into the FY 25-26, we implemented creative assurance, which is a stage-gated review of processes to avoid having findings at the end of the financial year. So if you're going out on a tender process, at finality of that award, before you award, you need to review the entire process. But to make sure that you don't go through the process only to find that you needed to start at the beginning, we then stage gated. You look at, was the scope written correctly? Is it in compliant? Is it going to pass the master? If the answer is yes, then you go into technical evaluation. If it passed the master, you go all the way into award. The intention of that is to make sure that we're able to detect this irregular before we even get to award, because it then wastes our resources and then we wasted time with that implementation. But in terms of what we did in this audit was, with recovering 98% of the records of Eskom, you are then able to have a clear view of what your irregular is and what's supposed to be for the year. And then obviously going into the future with an audit that ends in September, we then have 3 months, because our interim starts in Jan, to make sure that we start to drive down and make sure that by the time we get to final audit in March, April, we then able to show the traction and the movement. And majority of what you are seeing is 3 months work of work, because we're dealing with an FY 24-25 with an audit report that came out in end of December. Thank you.
That's about it from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eskom. Can I again check with the members that is there any question that is outstanding or that is not being responded? I don't see any other hand. Ariko? There are no other hands. Ariko?
Yes, Chair.
There are no other hands.
No, Chair, none.
According to my gadget, it doesn't show any other.
Same here, Chair.
Then if it is the case, let me thank Eskom for availing themselves and be with us and be able to respond to questions that have been asked. And I just want to say to them, it might not be the end of the day. We can come up with other questions, maybe written questions via the secretary, and then we'll expect your response also to via the secretary to the committee. And thanks once more. You are released, and I think the meeting. Ariko, is there any other item?
Yeah, just quickly, just to indicate to members that we do have a meeting on Wednesday, the 22nd of October, where we'll be briefed by the Department of Electricity and Energy on the load reduction strategy, Chair. That's it, Chair. It will be a virtual meeting as well, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary, for reminding us about that. Otherwise, it's in the program. So if it is the case, thanks ever so much for everyone that managed to be in the meeting. And I also commend and also want to say well done to the questions and also interaction with the Eskom. As I am saying that it might not be our last time to interact with them, we can also engage them until. Thanks ever so much. The meeting has adjourned.
Thanks, Chair. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Recording stopped.